Welcome to Welch's Fruit SMR. Enjoy the big, bold, vibrant sounds of real fruit. Orange, pineapple, apple juice. Strawberry spread. Sparkling rosé. Made with real fruit for a taste as bold as you.
Welch's, let's fruit stuff up.
Check this out.
On the weekend, take a journey with the People's Mayor.
Curtis Sliwa is a politician who says don't trust politicians.
It's Another Side of Midnight with Curtis Sliwa.
The iconic, the legendary Curtis Sliwa.
This city doesn't sleep, and neither does Curtis Sliwa on Another Side of Midnight.
Oh, yeah.
Now, to the Bernard McGurk studios of 77 WABC. Here's Curtis Sliwa.
From Tony Orlando without Dawn. Whatever happened to Dawn? First it was two girls from East Harlem, then one woman from East Harlem. And now, no Dawn. Well, I'm taking you to the break of dawn. Just know that ain't nobody going to sleep on me. All right, you creatures of the night. Many of you who are insomaniacs don't even think of fading out and going to sleep on me, because I'm taking you to the break of dawn. You hear that? You better get that vibe pumping through your veins and arteries. No time to sleep this morning. You can sleep during the day. What the hell? Half the world does, right? They just happen to be on the other side of our hemisphere. So think of that. You are not going to get radio like this anywhere else. This is theater of the mind at its absolute best. And you see, unlike everybody else here at WABC who has to have a full entourage, oh my God, they need everybody at their beck and call. I need the bagel with the schmear. I need a cup of coffee. Hey, I need somebody to wipe my tuchus. You know, I don't want to be like Nancy Pelosi. They got an army here during the day. But when we do the best side of the other side of midnight, man, it's no frills. Normally, it's Broadway Bill Lee, who's been 45 years at WCBS-FM during the week with his homeboy, Brooklyn's own Joe Causey. And he decided to diss us this weekend and hang out with his homeboy, Joey Causey from Staten Island. Well, he prioritized. It's okay, because he does this on the weekends to sort of get his inoculation from FM. Freaking morons, feeble-minded, fornicating madly. And, of course, Frank, the Mamaluke Morano. But think of it. We started off with Thriller, which is something I absolutely never do because I hate that pedophile on a pedestal, even though I know he's room temperature, cadaver, and formaldehyde, MJ Michael Jackson. But there's a rationale for this because it is now becoming more and more clear to you that you don't just get one Sliwa, you get two on occasion. Remember, it didn't work for Bill Clinton. He said, hey, vote for me. And it's like you get two. And people said, we don't want Hillary, man. Forget it. Hey, Bill, we love you. We know you're a horn dog. We know that you're constantly looking for food and for females. The FF guy. But, please, don't sell us on the idea that we get 2 for 1. And it's true. People did not take well to that. But people have taken well to the fact that every time Nancy Sliwa jumps on board, wow, it's an addition, not a subtraction, and nobody seems to take umbrage to it. So during the week, it's the Rip and Read, generally Tuesdays and Thursdays from 12 to 1, when Nancy does the super deep dive on the issues of the day and brings to clarity and light information that, well, maybe reporters decided they didn't have enough time because they had to go out and get their double latte at Starbucks. But Nancy digs, and has broken so much news here, the most powerful radio station in the nation by day from coast to coast. And now that we're at dusk, the most powerful radio station in the world, more powerful than the BBC 1, 2, 3, 4 combined, from the mountains of the Himalayas. Well, yeah, the snow is melting, global warming, climate change. I'm sorry, a lot of you are deniers, but it's happening. And then to the lowest elevation in the world, the favorite spot of my wife Nancy, Death Valley in California, where temperatures registered the other day 123 degrees in the shade. And for some reason, Nancy, who hates the heat here because of the humidity, loves the dry heat of Death Valley in California, where there are only scorpions, sagebrush, and cacti. She'll be joining us momentarily, but I must let everybody know the pressure is on Tony. Tony, you're solo today. Tony's got to handle the boards. Tony's got to handle the phones. Maybe the rest of the shows here at WABC can learn a lesson from you, Tony, of how you multitask. And you can still put out a good product without having 10,000 people here bumping into one another in the hallways, gossiping, talking about, naturally, sports, and not what we do here at WABC. But what the hell? That's the job of ownership and management to deal with all that, Mishigash. I can only say we're lean, we're mean, and as I tell all of our minimal staff here at night, you got time to lean, you got time to clean. I don't know if many people realize I also go around cleaning up here because folks don't realize we're inhaling, we're exhaling in a very closed environment. And not to get to Dr. Fauci, yes, we'll deal with him later on. He's down with West Nile. The mosquitoes have bit him. And his nemesis, of course, Robert Kennedy Jr., we'll be dealing with him also. I'll just say he's a bit eccentric. I'm no fan of RFK Jr., but I'll give you the good, the bad, the ugly. As all the Trumpers are all for touch. Oh, Robert F. Kennedy Jr., this is a guarantee to victory, even though you disagree with like 99% of everything he stands for. Anyway, we'll table that for later on in this program. But let me just say the pressure is on Tony. I have already scrubbed the deck. I have already wiped down the decks with my rubbing alcohol. So we're ready to pop into gear and take you back in the time machine to a Sunday night, just a fortnight ago, whatever the hell that means, fortnight. It sounds good, right? Oh, yeah, fortnight. What the hell does fortnight mean? You know, hey, a Sunday ago. In the extended Rip and Read, which Nancy will be joining me with from 8 to 10, right before the most requested of the many hours that I do here at WABC, always broadcasting, Curtis, the Animal Welfare Hour from 10 to 11. And boy, do we have a lot of news. And let me take you back. It was about 7:15 last Sunday night. We were preparing our show with all the deep dive information that Nancy had dredged up during the week. And she decided that she had to get her fix. Because like so many of you, she is addicted to what we call coffee. Caffeinated coffee. And I told her, hey, you know, they're predicting a squall out there. It's going to come fast and furiously, but she was intrepid. She ventured out where most people had already disappeared from the streets. You could just feel it. The animals were already hunkered down. They knew that squall was coming. But Nancy Sliwa, addicted to Java like so many of yous, went to her favorite Java joint, which was closed. And then the deluge started. I mean, it was 5 inches in 1 hour. And instead of doing a pivot and shift and coming right back to WABC, the mothership, what did she do? She ventured out there into sheets of rain. I mean, it was Krakatoa east of Java. And she got drenched from the tip of her nose to the tip of her toes. A David Wells autographed New York Yankee baseball cap destroyed for all time. But she had her cup of coffee. And then over the course of the next few days, she paid the ultimate price. Because her most desired and favored nights of all were the blue moon for 3 consecutive nights in Central Park. And all the animals were waiting for Lone Wolf to emerge. That's the nickname of Nancy. On that big rock in the ramparts where you can find her at night, baying to the moon. And for 3 straight nights, there was no Lone Wolf One. The blue moon was out there. Oh, people were acting crazy. They were going out of their minds. The lunar cycle, 3 nights in a row, was crushing people's medulla and cerebellums. And they ventured into Central Park and they said, where's Lone Wolf One? Where's Lone Wolf One? She was down for the count, going cold turkey. Locked up in our domicile because I was exerting tough love. I said, you got to get that monkey off your back, Nancy. You got to go cold turkey. And finally, you were able to get that monkey off your back. only to come back with a vengeance because I know, boy, that hurt Nancy. 72 hours of a blue moon and you were down for the count.
Well, I'm back now, and I'd like to point out that you and I did share a cup of coffee tonight.
Well, that's because I'm slowly weaning you off the Java habit.
Oh.
So I said, I tell you what, I'll drink half that cup of coffee.
That sounds like you're an enabler, actually.
But what was it like not being able to venture out into Central Park with a blue moon in full effect? In fact, many people were looking up and they could see the elements of a strange lunar pattern even during the daylight hours. What the hell was that? That was 3 straight nights.
Yeah, that was okay, so what they call the blue moon, it has to do with the fact that there's either like 2 in a month or maybe more than like 4 in a season. So that's just like the multiplicity of it. But the other things that it was a super moon and a full moon and a blue moon. So it was like the 3 of them.
Oh, my God, the Trinity, the Troika, the trifecta for you. How many different moons, lunar cycles?
Well, so it's super moon, full moon, and blue moon. And more or less the reason why it was such a visual thing that where people were going to see it was because it's like 25% closer to the Earth than it normally is. So it appears a lot brighter and bigger just because of that time period. It's like much closer to us.
And I noticed that many cats were acting very strangely. What is it about the effect of the moon, not only on 2-legged folks, but 4-legged critters? I noticed a dramatic change in people's attitudes over those 72 hours. Incredible. And I don't think they recognized that it was because the moon appeared to be so close than it normally is.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's been tied to a lot of odd behavior, and I think it has to do with the pull on people's bodies because of the water, the waves, the things like that. So because it's closer, supposedly, like it affects us a little more internally. But I think it has a lot more to do with the fact that it's bright outside at night when normally it isn't. So for that reason, I think it's like the world is lit up, so people act a little crazy then.
Question. Is it over? Is it over? Those 72 hours, is it now over, Nancy?
It's over. It's over.
So now all this strange behavior of emotionally disturbed persons, they're impacted even more. I know they get whacked out even more than what we call normal people. I don't know if there are any normal people in Manhattan, to be honest with you. Because the wealthy, they go to shrinks every week and they brag about it.
Good point.
The few middle class, those that haven't fled out of fright and fear, they're like always constantly complaining, man, my mental health just ain't there. And the poor and impoverished, man, they're going through all kinds of strange contortions mentally. So can you assure us, Lunar Goddess, Lone Wolf One, that this lunar cycle of a blue moon of Munster cheese and Limburger cheese has come to an end?
It has officially ended.
It has officially ended. So many of you can actually emerge from your lairs, emerge from your bunkers. There actually was some people that contacted me and said they would not go out during those 3 days. They felt it was this sort of lunar pull on them. Now, I don't know if they're emotionally disturbed or have any mental health issues, but they were like, serious, Curtis, I'm not going out for 3 days. I just feel like it's almost as if my organs are being pushed into my skeletal frame, and I'm like, ooh.
Who are you talking to?
Well, you know me. Who's the best friend of the emotional people who walk around the
sure.
city of New York, right?
Yeah.
They say, hey, that's my pal. Nancy gets all grossed out when that happens.
I don't get grossed out. I just think it's so funny that these people who otherwise seem like they're out of touch with society will stop and recognize you and start talking to you normal.
And hugging me.
Yeah,
hugging me. Oh, yeah, Tony. Hugging me like we're long-lost friends. And they can remember 28 years ago on the corner of 149th and 3rd in the Hub in the Bronx, by the way, where another killing took place. That's right, Swagger Man with no plan. Don't you remember me? And naturally I say, you want me to be a politician and lie to you and say, oh, I remember you. I say, I don't remember you. be honest with you. And then they say, but I remember you. And then for the next 15 minutes, how many times have you been stuck there listening to them recite, I mean, by the moment, everything that transpired outside of that Coochie Frito joint that I wanted to get the hell out of. And yet, to them, it's sort of like it all comes back. You know, maybe just me walking around, riding the subways, you know, being like a magnet for the emotionally disturbed persons, that could go a long way into really helping this situation in our city. Did you ever think of that, Nancy? That it's time for you to share me more with the emotionally disturbed persons in our city.
I think I'm pretty much at my max for sharing you.
Oh, that's right. And by the way, we have officially been hooked up for 6 years. And before that, a good 2 years. So if we can make it about 8 years, right?
Well, over 9 years.
Oh, excuse me. All right. I depleted 1 year. But the highlight of our officially getting hitched was not down at the municipal building. That was maybe the worst experience in a lifetime.
That was pretty bad.
To stand there and watch all of these arranged marriages taking place and money being exchanged right in front of the clerks, right there. Brazen, bold. Two people who never saw one another before in their life. Couldn't even speak the same language. A clearly arranged marriage so that somebody could get a green card. I mean, thousands of dollars. No, it was okay for them. Stamp, 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 stamp. Okay. And then they have a little ceremony in the side, a little civil ceremony. Meantime, we're sitting there, right? Everybody knows who we are. We're being told you got to wait at the end of the line. Okay, I figured they were all Democrats, you know. But no, this is just, there's nothing to do with politics. It's the endless, nonsensical bureaucracy that in this city says if you're illegal, if you're a migrant, if you're scamming the system, you go to the front of the line. If you're playing by the rules, wait in the back of the line.
We had to go 3 times before they would give us a license.
3 times!
I was like, you got to be kidding me, right?
And the worst part of it was, I was very honest the number of times I had been married. I wasn't lying.
No, and the whole point was they were missing the logic of the fact that if you were approved for a divorce before, like, why do you have to keep proving something from, like, 40 years ago?
So clerk after clerk said we cannot.
They pulled out their lawyer to actually come talk to us to tell us, nah, ain't happening.
That's right. How do we know that you actually got a divorce?
He came from the back of the room, all slow, like they opened the door, he comes out with a bow tie on, walks up, he's like, nope, sorry.
Well, you knew right there was a problem because you know me, I don't trust anybody with bow ties. Not Screwy Louis Farrakhan, not Will, what the hell is his name?
I think they tried
George
to
Will.
send you to the Bronx to get some like microfilm or something. Like, what are they talking about?
Yes, and then we had to go down to the Brooklyn clerk's office.
And they were cool.
Well, they were cool because most of their files weren't even on floppy disks yet, so they had boxes and boxes. And a guy from Brownsville who remembered me when I lived there at Osborne and Hegeman, he lived right down the block. He said, I remember you. I think I know where your file is. And he went back there, and I mean, 2 days later he called us and he found the paper file. And then we went to the clerk with the file, and they had this jaundiced look on their face like, oh, you again? Meantime, all these arranged marriages, people just passing money, right, from countries you can't even find on a map, scamming our system.
Yeah, they really went out of their way to try to prevent this union.
I mean, everything in it. And then we finally had the hard copy, the paperwork. And even then, they were like, well, hold on, get to the back of the line. Excuse me, we're citizens here, you know. Oh, yeah, I know you. Okay. You know, we did everything you said. Nancy was intrepid. She went up to the Bronx. She went to Brooklyn. She searched every nook, cranny, and corner where the paperwork might exist. And they made us wait like 2 hours.
Yeah, and it was crazy. They were almost like quizzing you, like, what date 25 years ago did you get a divorce? Like, who's going to remember the date off the top of their head?
Yeah, those are nightmares. Why the hell would you remember a nightmare? You know, she discovered Jacoby, I discovered Myers, and we went our separate way. What more is there to say?
They were quizzing us, and then like, no, you failed.
That wasn't contentious. There were no children involved. It was a quick marriage that should never have happened. That's it.
They're like, oh, he likes to do this a lot.
Exactly. That was their conclusion. He's a serial marrier. We've got to check him out because he might be scamming the system. How the hell am I scamming the system?
Maybe they were trying to protect me against you. They're like, no.
That could be.
You might want to bide your time here.
But there are people right in front of their eyes exchanging envelopes stuffed with cash. You could clearly see they had never met one another before in their life. You know, the matchmakers arrived. They got their cut of the fee. They did a little civil ceremony there, and they just hope that for a year, the feds won't investigate because now what? They can't even look at an illegal alien for 7 years, so they're home free. Everything free. But meantime, the place that we consummated our relationship, is that the proper word, consummated?
No, we didn't consummate it there.
Well, wait a second. It sounds good, right? Come on. It sounds good. Like a Fortnite, right? It sounds good.
No, it sounds good.
Not the game. Not the game Fortnite, right? Let's not get everybody wild and crazy out there. So Nancy goes, we're going to get married in a cave. And I said, okay, I'm open for that. I wasn't negating anything after going through the civil ceremony down at the municipal building. I was up for anything. And where did we end up going, Nancy?
So we went to Howe Caverns, and it's in, I think it's Albany, Schenectady County. It's right outside of Albany. And it's 75 feet below, the ground level. And it's cold. It's cold.
And we went up there. It was hotter than hell on that day. It was like 108 degrees. A lot of cows, sort of like Butler County, Pennsylvania was a cow patch. We'll be talking about Butler County later on. I still haven't gotten any apologies from anyone around here. But I remember how hot it was and how cool it was in the cabin. And what a brilliant choice of yours. And you found this hippie minister who actually had been to Woodstock. This is the anniversary of Woodstock, Bethel, New York, Max Yeager's farm. And he was reminiscing there. He had the long hair, he had the guitar. It was like a hippie wedding. I think, it's beats having a reverend. Oh, God, who wants to listen to that? So it's a gorgeous ceremony. The people who run it couldn't have been nicer. They had a lot of people there for a hot summer day. And I didn't know it was as famous as it turns out that it is.
Yeah, it's actually the second most visited attraction in New York after Niagara Falls.
That is incredible. You picked a brilliant spot, except now it has become a destination for nudists and, what do they call, naturalists or whatever the hell. People run around buck naked. Well, what the hell are they doing up there with nudists?
Well, apparently for the past 6 years, they've done this yearly tradition. It's called Naked in a Cave.
Naked in the Cave.
I was unaware of this.
So is this going back to cavemen, cavewomen days?
Yeah, it's funny. I'm not really sure where the concept came from, but, they started it, and apparently it's gotten some pretty good, participation the last bunch of years. So it starts off where, people get there. They're like in the main lounge area. They give everyone like a bag, a robe. They take off all their clothes. They put a robe on. Then they take an elevator down the 75 feet into like the cold of the cavern. And then that's where like the whole walk through the cave in this little naked group starts.
Now, they have done this, 6 times?
6 times.
But apparently they have decided to cancel the festive nudist, what can we call it, Shangri-La. Does that make sense? Whatever. Mardi Gras.
Sodom and Gomorrah?
Right, Sodom and Gomorrah, right.
More like that.
Why are they canceling it? Apparently it was a hit with nudists from all over the country would travel as if they were traveling to Woodstock, 500,000 strong back in August of 1969.
Yeah, what's interesting is every year it's actually sold out, And this year, the last one is September 28th. And I don't know if that one's sold out yet. Every year it's sold out. But when people were asking, oh, why are you canceling it? They didn't really give a reason exactly. Oh, we're just changing, things we're doing. But I don't know. Something tells me maybe someone got groped the last time around. I'm just surmising.
So let me ask you a question.
Just surmising. I'm not saying
when
anything.
the nudists are walking through the caverns, and it's a beautiful area deep below the earth, are they looking at all the granite walls and the water running below them, or are they looking at one another's anatomical parts?
I mean, I think it all depends on the group you go with.
Our number's 1-800-848-9222. That's 1-800-848-WABC. Gloria Holioski, hallelujah. The evil Dr. Fauci has been bit by mosquitoes, and apparently he was not inoculated, and he now has West Nile virus.
It's Another Side of Midnight, 77 WABC. This is Another Side of Midnight with Curtis Lewa. Now to the Bernard McGurk studios of 77 WABC. Here's Curtis Lewa.
I've given you no reason, just the silent treatment. While I've given myself the benefit of my own doubt.
Oh, there's celebrations on the Rand Paul compound in Kentucky. Unlike Mitch McConnell, who loves that Kentucky bourbon, Rand Paul, the junior senator of Kentucky, likes that puff, puff, pass, that weed. That is the number one cash crop of Kentucky now. New generation. And there's, of course, RFK Jr., who has consumed his fair share of weed, cocaine, and heroin over the years. We'll get into that later on. But he, too, number one nemesis of the evil Dr. Fauci, even wrote that book, The Real Anthony Fauci, Bill Gates, Big Pharma, and the Global War on Democracy and Public Health. We'll be talking about RFK Jr. later on, the good, the bad, the ugly, as he has bowed out of the race and thrown all of his support to Donald Trump, which has caused his number one fan in New York State, Frank, the Mamaluke Morano, he's morose, very depressed. Nobody has seen Frank in 72 hours. I mean, he is really taking it hard. Here this schmuck, here he was standing out there on 3rd Avenue and 92nd Street, out of that, Stop and Shop, collecting signatures for RFK Jr.'s run here in New York State. People telling him, F you, get out of my face, I'm for Trump. I'm for Biden at that time, chasing him down the block, right? He did all of this. For what? For what? Anyway, we'll get to that later on. But oh, glory, Holioski, hallelujah. The guy from Bensonhurst, whose dad and mom had a simple pharmacy. Dr. Fauci, the evil one, whose claim to fame was he was a brainiac. He went to Regis High School in Manhattan. You know right away it's a genius school. They don't have a football team. It was the top Jesuit high school, not the one I went to, Brooklyn Prep, or Xavier down on 14th Street that Judge Scalia went to, or even Fordham Prep. Regis. And then, he talked about how he was the star guard on the high school basketball team, in which I think their record was 0-28. In fact, it would have been great if they played the Harvey Milk High School in a playoff, and they probably would have lost to the Harvey Milk School. He sucked. And then under Ronald Reagan, for some reason, Ronald Reagan made him the czar of all health. He struck out on AIDS. He struck out on everything else. He was on with John Catsimatidis right before the lockdown and pandemic in January of 2020, in which he told the world, don't worry about it, coronavirus. We got one case outside of Seattle. Don't worry about it. Yeah. Within 1 month, complete lockdown and pandemic.
And look at all the travesty that's happened following that.
And you know the rest of that story. Well. Dr. Fauci, the evil one, has come down with West Nile virus from mosquito bites. But I must tell you that this is not at all uncommon now. There has been a rash of mosquito outgrowth beyond what normally happens this time of year. And again, I know many of you don't believe this. I think I only share this view with Anthony Weiner. It is because of global warming, climate change. The earth is getting warmer, and as a result, you're going to end up with more mosquitoes. And so they went after the juicy one, Dr. Fauci. They'll probably all die once they bit him. But they love you, Nancy. They hate me, but they love you. You should see Nancy. She's outdoors, right in Central Park, where she's Lone Wolf One. You know, she's out there baying to the moon. And I got to tell you, sometimes you come back from Central Park and you got all these blotches on you. And I said, what the hell happened? And you said, well, the mosquitoes find that I'm juicy. I'm juicy.
No, you said that I'm juicy.
But
I don't know why.
That is true. Some people get an inordinate number of mosquito bites, and others who rub Limburger cheese on them, there's no mosquito bites. Now, I'm not suggesting that that's my remedy, but I saw my Uncle Steve growing up. He'd actually smear the stinky Limburger cheese on him to ward off the mosquito bites because he had the cesspool in the backyard in Old Howard Beach. He would be cleaning it out, and naturally the mosquitoes were everywhere coming from Jamaica Bay. They didn't go anywhere near him. Limburger cheese, that was his solution. Put it right under your armpits, and nobody comes near you, including human beings, including his wife, my Aunt Mary. But, Nancy, what the hell is going on out there? There are these skeeters everywhere.
Well, yeah, so Fauci was, supposedly he was bit by, he's surmising a mosquito from his backyard.
Did that mosquito die?
No, we don't know the whereabouts of the mosquito.
Evil, Fauci, evil.
But then he has like, he gets some chills, fatigue, so he checks into a hospital. So they wind up finding that he has this, but there's nothing that you can do for it necessarily, like no medicines to treat it. So, most people, they get bitten by the mosquito. They don't have any symptoms at all. Some people show some of these symptoms, but it just shows you, like, he winds up spending a whole week in the hospital recovering from something that's made him a little tired. So, that's great.
That's because he didn't have his mandatory mask on, probably.
Yeah, no, that's great that he gets to ride out not feeling well in the hospital for a week. Most people don't get the chance to do that. So,
but on the more serious side, there is an increase of people going into hospitals with West Nile virus throughout the East Coast. Let's face it, wherever there's swampy lands, wherever there's a lot of still water, you're going to have a lot of mosquitoes. And I myself have noticed a hell of a lot more mosquitoes wherever I go. Now, they leave me alone for whatever reason, but I do run across a lot of people who say, damn, mosquitoes are worse than I've ever experienced before.
Well, yeah, there's certainly a lot of mosquitoes around, and, unfortunately, in New York City, they do this, like, random spraying for mosquitoes, and so if you live in Manhattan proper, that's coming on Monday night. They're going to be spraying the entire park, and then the Upper West Side, that whole area. But, these sprays are, like, so excessive. That's really the problem. They have, besides killing the mosquitoes that they're going for, they have the fallout of, like, everything else that it falls into. So, for instance, you have, like, runoff in the water. They have the reservoir there. There are animals that live there, the things that are living in the trees. So everything's going to get the fallout of this random spray. And they're suggesting that people, stay indoors during that time. And then if you do come into contact with the pesticide, wash your clothes, wash yourself. Unless you're getting sprayed on, I'm not sure how you know if you came into contact with it, because, they're not cleaning or wiping up anything afterwards. So it's going to be dried, mosquito spray all over the place. And the Department of Health is like, don't worry about it. It's fine. You'll be fine. No worries. But then the pets are going to walk on the ground. So you have to be really, really cautious about what they're doing with the spray. I would definitely make sure you're not outside when this stuff happens. So But again, I think Fauci, he definitely deserves what he got here because he's the same guy who works for the National Institute of Health, who developed all these different genetically modified mosquitoes. So like I said, he's just a weird mad scientist.
No, you're right. You're right. You're the first one who brought that to our attention 2 years ago when we started doing the animal welfare show, which you can hear in a few hours from 10 to 11. And I didn't know what the hell you were talking about.
Yeah, I mean, this is insane because, again, this idea of trying to overtake and overcome nature with these crazy scientific inventions is exactly what caused things like COVID, right? So they have these genetically modified mosquitoes that they release into certain areas, not knowing what the effect is going to be on the rest of the animal population, the people population. So they've let these things out freely. You know, then they procreate. I mean, again, there's no ability to figure out what's happening after you release them. So they've been doing this stuff for a while. Who knows what they've infected these mosquitoes with? And now they're unleashing them in the United States all the time.
I remember our discussion then because I was shocked. Genetically modified mosquitoes.
It is frightening.
That we were releasing at that point into the Everglades, which has a hell of a lot of mosquitoes. Having gone through that area, in fact, you go right across from the east coast of Florida near Fort Pierce, right over to the other side, Fort Myers. You know, they have that whole, they call it Alligator Alley. A lot of mosquitoes.
Now, and actually in the last 50 years, right, the pesticides are like the leading cause of why so much of the bird population, 30% of the North American birds, and more than that in the insect population has decreased, all in the Northeast. And it's blamed in many ways on the pesticides because, again, the insects get them. Every insect gets them. The birds eat the insects. Then the birds get it. So everything in the chain of food is ultimately getting this. So it's getting such a wide net. You're trying to target one specific thing that has certain instances of outbreak. Not that much. It's only 233 cases. I'm not saying it's not a bad thing, but 233 across the United States so far. But yeah, we're going to spray randomly all over the city, all over the United States, in the off chance that maybe will prevent you from getting it.
We'll love to hear from all of you out there, surrounded by mosquitoes as you are. You have all your own remedies, both for keeping them out of your place of business, keeping them out of your home, keeping them off your back porch area, all the places you frequent and where you travel to. But have you noticed, as I've noticed and heard in conversations with people, an incredible more number of mosquitoes than we have ever had before, at least from people who especially live in suburban areas and such. Our number is 1-800-848-9222. That's 1-800-848-WABC. And what about my Uncle Steve's remedy for warding off the mosquitoes in Old Howard Beach when he used to take the Limburger cheese, which stunk, and put it under his armpits? And he'd be sitting in the backyard there right near the cesspool. I mean, festering with mosquitoes because they had to clean it out. He'd be sitting there with his Schlitz beer. He loved Schlitz. And not a damn mosquito on him. Meantime, my poor Aunt Mary was bitten up. She had all these red marks all over the place. And he would laugh at everybody and say, hey, look, the stink from the Limburger cheese is bad. But at least I don't have not one damn mosquito bite on my body. 1-800-848-9222. That's 1-800-848-WABC.
It's Another Side of Midnight, 77 WABC. This is Another Side of Midnight with Curtis Lewa. Now to the Bernard McGurk studios of 77 WABC. Here's Curtis Lewa.
Two little mosquito stories before we go to the phones. Nancy, I remember sitting down with my grandfather on my Italian side, Buddy's side, from Andria, right off the Adriatic coast, Fidel Bianchino, and I asked him why was Benito Mussolini so popular. That's the guy that created fascism, not Hitler. Hitler inherited that from Mussolini. He said two things. He made the trains run on time, which they had never run on time before. You know, Italian time. And he eliminated all the mosquitoes because he cleaned up the swamps. Not like what Trump says, we're going to clean up the swamps in Washington, the swamp. But he did that. And he endeared himself, especially to the peasants. And that's how he came to power. And once he had power, he wasn't going to give it up. He was not going to give it up. That's number one. Number two, I remember when John McCain was running for the presidency of the United States and they wanted to question his citizenship status because he had grown up in the Panama Canal, which was a military zone, when we controlled the canal and not the Red Chinese. And John McCain would talk about how every day at noon a plume would hang over the Panama Canal zone because they would drench it with DDT because the mosquitoes were the size of horses. And I had heard that same story from my father, Chester, who was a merchant seaman 54 years and would constantly take cargo ships and oil tankers through the Panama Canal. And he repeated the same thing. He said by 12 noon, when the sun was at its highest, you would see a plume just dropped on the Panama Canal zone, which was DDT. He said, if not, the mosquitoes would have eaten you alive. And malaria, people don't realize why Mussolini was so popular, because mosquitoes would bite you and you would die of malaria or get very sick. Likewise in the Panama Canal zone. Malaria killed more people than war itself. People don't realize that. Where did malaria come from? Critters. Yeah. Mosquitoes. Yeah. I mean, you look at that, right? It's like after World War I with millions killed, and then all of a sudden you had the Spanish flu. That killed more than all the casualties from World War I. You see that, Dr. Fauci? You're not the smartest guy in town from Brooklyn. Oh, is he suffering there in bed?
Oh, no, a week in the hospital, please.
Let's go to Julio in Staten Island. Your turn to be heard here at WABC, Julio.
Oh, Curtis, it's good talking to you. This is the first time. I don't really call radio that much, but first let me thank you for the Guardian Angels. I'm 60 years old, and, dude, that says a lot to your character, and I hope you do run for mayor again because I'll vote for you. You mentioned the Limburger, which does work. I just want to give you a better thing. They hate rosemary. And the best thing to do is put rosemary in a blender, make it almost to a powder, and then fill it up with a grapeseed oil or extra virgin olive oil. Just a few drops. They hate it. They will not go near rosemary.
Now, let me ask you a question, Julio. You said extra virgin olive oil, right? You do realize that 75% of all olive oil sold now are Fugazi. It's Fugazi olive oil. So how do I know it's second press, original, actual olive oil?
There's a company in California. Look up Apollo olive oil. That's real olive oil.
Wait a second. What are you saying? Bertolli olive oil, second press virgin olive oil is Fugazi?
There's probably soy in it, yeah.
Let me tell you something, Julio. My dearly departed grandfather, Fidel Bianchino, used to brush his hair in the morning. He had a great full head of hair. And you know what he brushed his hair with? Not Brill cream, a little dab will do you. Bertolli olive oil, second press. That's right. You know, they call Italians grease balls. You see, you're learning things here, Nancy. Oh, my grandfather loved it. He goes, oh, the Bertolli, the best. And then in the morning, he'd splash it on. He had this wood comb, back and forth, brush, my full head of hair. You've seen his picture with me, right? Full head of hair.
Yeah, I did see that.
Full head of hair, 99. He died right in my arms, right? That's my grandfather. And see, Julio said the Limburger cheese of my Uncle Steve worked, except, man, nobody coming near you.
I'd be a little more concerned about sitting next to the cesspool.
Oh, he loved that. You never cleaned out a cesspool, did you? You were in Suffolk County where they had more cesspools than sewers.
Yes, you did have to. I never had to clean it out myself, but there's a time when you don't know when the cesspool is going to fill up until you do know it's going to fill up, and they have to come in.
Well, you see, my Uncle Steve and Old Howard Beach, with my cousin Butchie, that was man's work. You put on the hip-hugging boots, and you got down into the cesspool, and you had to muck it out. My Uncle Steve threw nickels around like manhole covers. He wasn't gonna let, the agency come in there and do it with the truck. He was a man's man, and after he finished that, he'd sit down there with the Limburger under his armpits, right, drinking that Schlitz, a nice, cold, tall one, and the mosquitoes would not come around him. By the way, he was my Polish uncle. My Aunt Mary was the Bade's aunt, older sister of my mother, Francesca.
It's Another Side of Midnight, 77 WABC.
Padre, Filio, Spiritus Sanctum, September 29th, the annual Tunnel to Tower Walk. And I've been a participant, actually from the first one where only 1,500 people showed up. You get an opportunity to team up with the Sliwa team, Nancy and Curtis, and help us raise more money than everyone else around here. Dominic Carter's team won last year. You go to WABCRadio.com. WABCRadio.com, and you click on the picture of me and Nancy. Boy, they had better put your picture in there, Nancy. If they didn't, all hell is going to break loose. If they haven't, we got to find that out. I have a feeling they didn't put your picture in. Boy, that's going to piss you off. Hopefully they have, but anyway, the point is, if it's just my picture for now, we will correct that. And click onto it, make the required donation, and then you can do your Tunnel to Tower walk or run with Team Nancy and Curtis Sliwa. That's an absolutely outstanding charity. T2T.org. You can make a contribution.
Check this out.
On the weekend, take a journey with the People's Mayor.
Curtis Sliwa is a politician who says don't trust politicians.
It's Another Side of Midnight with Curtis Sliwa.
The iconic, the legendary Curtis Sliwa.
This city doesn't sleep, and neither does Curtis Sliwa on Another Side of Midnight.
Oh, yeah.
Now, to the Bernard McGurk studios of 77 WABC. Here's Curtis Sliwa.
Oh, we'll keep taking your remedies for mosquitoes that have taken Dr. Fauci, the evil one, down, West Nile virus, bedridden for a week. I guess he was juicy, like Nancy. Whereas me, they don't bother. They don't bother. A lot of you, they don't bother. You can continue to let us know what works for you, because there are more mosquitoes than there ever have been before. Why? Global warming, climate change. I know we got a lot of deniers here at WABC. Oh, no, it's just like it's always been. Yeah. Okay, 24 inches of snow in the winter. When's the last time we've had a snowfall, huh? Anyway, our number's 1-800-848-9222. That's 1-800-848-WABC. But before we do that, got to get an update from Nancy, fan of Friends, the TV series. She's watched all the reruns. And her favorite, Matthew Perry. Oh, yeah, EDM in the house. Ladies and gentlemen, when you hear EDM, Hold on, Tony. Lower that. When you hear EDM in the house, it's electronic dance music. It's the favorite music in the Sliwa household for Nancy, myself, and all the cats. Especially the matriarch, Athena, who loves to go dancing to the break of dawn. And all of you had better be listening to the break of dawn. But last week, when you joined us, Nancy, you were giving us all the nitty-gritty details of the arrests that have been made by the U.S. Attorney in Los Angeles of 5 people that they accused of being the pusher men to Matthew Perry, who was asking for shot after shot of ketamine. And apparently the last one he wanted, hey, give me the super shot, is the one that did him in. What other elements have transpired in that week that we had that discussion?
Okay, so the main doctor who was charged, who actually pled not guilty, 3 of the 5 people have already taken deals. They have plea deals because they've given the information. You know, it's pretty straightforward. But there's one Dr. Salvador Plasencia. They call him Dr. P. He's the individual who actually was prescribing him these, and, he wasn't really even prescribing them. He was just selling him the vials of ketamine, sort of under the radar.
So what was he getting it wholesale, and then what was he selling it to Matthew Perry retail?
Yeah, it was like $12 for the bottles, and he was selling them anywhere from $2,000 to $2,500. So he had 20 vials that for approximately $50,000 cash that he sold to him. This was in the 2-3 months preceding his death. And then, so he was, in a sense, right? So they're calling out this main lady. They call her the ketamine queen. She's almost like the dealer to the stars. So she's the person who, I guess, pretty much, networks around, and she hangs out in these circles so she can be like the dealer. But the reason why this guy is really more, I think, to be focused on is he's an actual doctor who, for whatever reason, they're still allowing to see patients, right? So here's, what happened was, so when they showed up to court on Thursday, they decided that they're not going to let her be out on bail. Now she's in custody.
So this is the ketamine queen.
The ketamine queen. But the doctor, they said, okay, you post a bond. So he posted the bond. He has to surrender his license to prescribe controlled substances. So, like, for instance, the ketamine that he just prescribed, that theoretically he can't prescribe again, but he can continue to see patients and operate otherwise. So he has to have a sign, which is currently there at the front of the clinic, that says the details of the current case. It says, currently defendant in a pending felony case. So that's always a great thing to see when you're walking in like a doctor's office. And then the patients, they have to sign an acknowledgement form stating they understand that he's a defendant in a criminal case and that he can't prescribe controlled substances. Now, I have a feeling he can probably refer you to a friend who can do that. So, yeah, I don't think it's really wise to let him out there to continue to deal with the same people who, this is exactly what he comes in contact with. It'd be very easy for him to refer someone to one of his friends who can prescribe.
So let's look at this and compare it to prostitutions with madams. So generally, they'll grab a madam and lock the madam up, but they won't lock the Johns up. So here you have the ketamine queen. She's the final link before it goes to Matthew Perry or whoever else is using ketamine. She goes to jail, but the doctor who writes the script for it knows how damaging this will be, is able to practice as a doctor. How does that make any sense?
I mean, that to me makes no sense, right? Because right away it's like the oath that you take, right? The Hippocratic Oath. I think the violation of that would make it where that, I mean, they must have like ethical boards which would, just bar him at all from being able to deal with patients. Because again, the wellness of someone is in your hands, and he's shown that he can't be trusted. So I have no idea how they're willing to let him continue doing that. I mean, this, like the ketamine queen, with all due respect, she's like a street dealer. I mean, she's no one special. You can just have another person swap her out. But the guy who's the doctor, yeah, I think you have to be a lot harsh on him.
Not only that, don't know this for a fact, but if you can do a deep dive on that doctor and see if he runs a Medicaid mill in which he made millions off the taxpayers' back by prescribing these drugs, writing script that oftentimes the federal government does not monitor, and then basically fed the habit, the need legally by just writing paper that would go to a pharmacy and then they would work up the prescription. That'll be interesting to see if he also ran a Medicaid mill. I mean, I've seen them do this with doctors before. Clearly, they're running Medicaid mills, and they let them go back. So, you're not going to be able to write script. Oh, wow.
Well, yeah, but theoretically, the 20 vials he sold for cash, I'm fairly sure he didn't write a script for those ones.
Oh, hell no.
Yeah. So the ability to write the script is irrelevant. He still has access to this.
But this is a double standard. And you see this even in prostitution. The madams, they're the high-profile ones. They have the little black books. DAs bust them, and then they seize right away the black book. Right away the black book. Or if it's online, right away the hard drive. You never hear who all the Johns were that enabled the madam and the prostitutes to stay in business.
And what's interesting is that seems to be where they're putting this undue amount of pressure on the ketamine queen, because it seems like the more sensational thing that they're trying to get. Like, she actually knows all the people she deals with, so she can give the lowdown on like the Hollywood executives and all of her clientele. So as opposed to the doctor, which is. Now, he's a little removed from that.
Now, again, you have a number of what we think are very successful people in their fields who have attributed part of their success to using ketamine. Elon Musk, others have said, oh, God, it was a miracle drug. It kept me focused. It enabled me not to have pains that were inhibiting my ability to do all the things I wanted to do. So, you got somebody like Elon Musk praising ketamine. Obviously, I don't know if he took it in controlled doses. You look at Silicon Valley, there has been book after book written about some of the top earners out there. And we're not just talking about the owners and operators like Zuckerberg or Elon Musk and others. We're talking about the top executives who are ketamine kings and ketamine queens.
Yeah, I mean, and that's why it's a controlled substance, because, there are certain usages of anything, theoretically, that you could prescribe for and it could be helpful, but the abuse of practice. So, again, you have a doctor who's knowingly selling a massive thing that would be considered an overdose, and he knew full well. So, again, they have some of the text messages that he was writing, and even some of his current patients he was talking to where he's saying, yeah, I think he's addicted. I think he has a problem. Like, he knew this, and he continues to do what he was doing. So, again, I think it's a lot worse what he did.
Well, in the next hour, we'll be talking about RFK Jr., the good, the bad, the ugly. How his uncle, JFK, was on speed with so many others who would line up here on the Upper East Side to a doctor that some of you probably frequented yourself, because they said they were getting vitamin B12 shots, that they had hypoglycemia, which is iron poor blood, so Geritol didn't work. So they had to get vitamin B12 shots. It was nothing more than amphetamines. Who was that doctor, ladies and gentlemen? 1-800-848-9222. Had his shingle right on the Upper East Side. Mickey Mantle went there. Oh, you can go through a whole roster of celebrities in sports and acting who were that doctor's best patients, but the number one patient was JFK. 1-800-848-9222. Let's go to Manny in Rockland. Your turn to be heard here at WABC, Manny.
Hey.
Oh, man. I think he got bit by a mosquito. Let's go to Karen in upstate. Your turn to be heard here at WABC, Karen.
Hi, Curtis. Hi, Nancy. I'm laughing because I'm in the bathroom ready to talk about mosquitoes. I'm hiding from my husband to talk to you. But anyway, I don't know if you ever heard of something called Dynatrap. We had a mosquito problem, and 5 years ago we started using the Dynatrap. They say the mosquitoes stay in the same area, usually. Some blow in from the air, but most of them stay in the same area, and if you can put this on in March, it gets rid of the queen or whatever you call her, and they lay like 200 eggs, I guess, or something between all of them. But if you get it early, by summer, well, say 2 months or so, we haven't seen a mosquito since. I mean, we can sit at our pool. There's no mosquitoes. It gets rid of. It looks like a lantern. There's a light in it, and when it gets near it, it's attracted to it, and it sucks it in like a vacuum, and it gets rid of anything that stings you, like a wasp or anything. There's 9 different bugs. I don't have stock in this, but I do believe in it. It really works.
Let me ask you a question. Isn't it interesting throughout history we always blame the females? Adam and Eve, right? Eve made him eat the apple. In this case, you mentioned the queen mosquito.
I don't know if she's the queen bee or the queen mosquito, whatever they call her.
Right, but it's always the queen who creates all these mosquitoes out there who go out and bite you in third world countries, and malaria then wipes out whole parts of the population. It is interesting how we always attribute that to the women in society.
I know. You're right. That's funny.
Now, that's 5 years ago. That worked for you.
It still works.
So, you see, you're not a good barometer because you've been able to ward off the mosquitoes. I believe, based on conversations I've had with people this summer, they reported more mosquitoes than they've ever had before in their lifetime. And let's face it, mosquitoes, the hotter it gets, the more water around there is. When it rains, the mosquitoes come out. That's what I attribute it to.
It covers an acre. You can get one for half an acre, and we have one in the front of the house, and we have one in the back. And I'm telling you, nothing. We can sit out there at night. People are amazed.
So you don't put Limburger cheese under your armpits?
No, I pass on that. I am Italian. I could use olive oil, but I'm not using Limburger.
Yeah, but you see, that's the question, Karen, now. And I ask that of everybody. We grew up in the Italian side of the family, olive oil. You have battles in Israel, Israelis with Palestinians over olive trees. So if you go to the Middle East, the Persian Gulf, olive oil. Obviously, Spain, they have their olive oil. You got the French, they got their olive oil. California has its olive oil.
Uh-huh.
But they say that 75% of it is bogus. It's fugazi. It's not real olive oil, Karen. How do we know what to do, Karen?
I don't know. I go to Costco, extra virgin.
Yeah, well, that's what they say. How many girls that I ever met said, "Oh, I'm a virgin," and it turns out they weren't? I mean, think about that, right?
I know.
Yeah,
now you're making me think.
Yeah, you got to. It says extra, like Bertolli. My grandfather, Fidel Bianchino, swore. Like I said, he would rub it in his hair. That's how the term greaseball came about for Italians. And he have that wooden comb, and he'd comb forward, sideways, and then he'd finish it off with a brush. And he looked like a grease ball. And I'd say, Pop, why do you use Bertolli olive oil? He goes, second press virgin olive oil. Look at my hair. Till he was 99, he had all the hair. And
it worked.
It did. It certainly
Women do
did.
it on their skin, too. They put olive oil on their skin.
Well, what are the benefits of that?
I don't know. I guess it's lubricates it. I don't know.
Wow. This is sort of like when people...
like a serum, like people use serums on their face.
Right, or like when they chafe, black women will use Vaseline. It stops the chafing. Black guys will use Vaseline too, which... What is? A lot of strange things that people do that we don't even think twice about.
In Miss America, when they smile, they used to put hemorrhoid cream under their eyes to help their eyes so they weren't swollen, and they put Vaseline on their teeth to smile. I heard all that stuff.
Oh, yeah. Can you imagine kissing a girl with Vaseline on her teeth?
And hemorrhoid cream under her eyes? Yeah.
Yeah, see? Preparation H had a lot of uses. Yeah, get rid of those wrinkles real quick.
Oh, my God.
You imagine a person going in and say, lady, you've been here for like 2 of these Preparation H boxes this week. Are you okay? Oh, I don't use it for hemorrhoids. I use it for my wrinkles. No, but you are correct on that.
Yeah.
Absolutely are correct.
I'm old enough. I remember all that. I didn't do it, but I remember. Now I'm getting older where I might start using it. I don't know.
Yeah, well, look.
Whatever.
At one point or another in our lifetimes, we all end up using Preparation H. Have I ever told you the times people would try to put Preparation H on me and think I would dry up and just blow away? Nah, it doesn't happen. All my enemies, right? All my haters, or as Eric Adams, swagger man with no plans, says, all my haters will become my waiters. What the hell does he mean by that?
He thinks he's better than other people.
Yeah, but waiters, right? Now, depending, first it's Trump. We're not taxing your tips anymore. Then it was like, quickly, Harris. No. It's almost like, I'm going to do it better. No, I'm going to do it better. No tips. Yeah, no tax tips. Our number is 1-800-848-9222. That's 1-800-848-WABC.
Talk Radio 77 WABC.
It's another side of midnight. Now to the Bernard McGurk studios of 77 WABC. Here's Curtis Lewa.
No one told you life was gonna be this way. Your job's a joke, you broke, your love life's the old way. It's like you're always stuck in second gear.
No, I could be dead asleep. And then I hear that song and I say, there goes Nancy. Binge watching Friends. Matthew Perry, what was his name in the series?
Chandler Bing.
That was your favorite. And, of course, Jennifer Aniston. She was great in The Office.
Yeah.
I liked her in The Office. That's got to be one of the greatest movies and TV programs of all time, The Office. Scranton, Pennsylvania.
No, she was in the movie The Office.
No, I know that. But I'm saying both the
Office
movie
Space,
and then the TV series.
That show's fun.
Which I think was based on a British TV series. That was great.
Yeah, Steve Carell's good.
Because that's the way a lot of corporate life is. You know, we have this idea, corporations run very efficiently.
That's how Long Island is, a lot of that.
Yep, absolutely. So that's, I think, without a doubt, that's one of your favorite TV programs of all time that you binge watch, along with The Honeymooners and Seinfeld.
Yes, and Three's Company.
I'll be talking about The Honeymooners later on as I come to the defense of that Newark bus driver who beat the living daylights out of that guy who spit on him. And now they want to basically submit him for capital punishment, half in the bag Murphy.
Well, it's kind of weird, too, because technically assault on like an MTA, one of those like transit workers, it's a felony in New York. I'm not sure what it is in Jersey.
No, they all claim 7 years, they never.
No, but the point being that if someone committed a felony against you and then you're defending yourself, I don't really see the problem.
Oh, but I love the way he defended himself in that video, man. He was like Stone Cold Steve Austin.
That's how it goes.
He put the pile driver on him. He put him in a sleeper hold. He just beat
I don't think that guy's going to do that again. There you go.
Yeah, and meantime, they're trying to make him the guilty one. Anyway, we'll discuss that later on. Our number is 1-800-848-9222. That's 1-800-848-WABC. Let's go to Ed calling all the way from the Hoosier State, Indiana. Your turn to be heard here at WABC, Ed.
Hey, Curtis. Love you and your wife, man. And I hope all is well. And love the cats and the kitties and the dogs and stuff.
All right.
Let's focus on what's going on in our country, and it really sucks right now for the middle class, and we are absorbing a lot of freaking weight, And I'm not making a lot of money, but I'm paying a lot. And I want to call for another reason, but I can't remember what it was.
Well, let me give you one example of that before we get to the other reason. Nancy called me up in shock and horror. You take the allergy medicine, especially during those times where the allergies really kick up from the pollen. And you were like screaming at the price. having almost doubled.
No, it's crazy.
I don't
It's
know.
like $40 for like 15 of them.
$40, and previously it had been how much?
$25.
So when you start adding that up right on down the line, for the basics that you go into a supermarket, a grocery store for, to what you have to purchase in the drugstore, everything's going up. If that, to me, is always what decides elections. It's always if you got coin in your pocket. You don't have coin in your pocket, they throw them out.
Every time you go into the store to get like a couple of things, I can't believe how quickly it adds up. I mean, it's ridiculous.
Yeah, well, no, a shortage of supplies, any number of reasons that contribute to that, inflation.
Because they can. That's what it is.
Yeah, but the point being is, I'll never forget when John Kerry was running against Bush 43. Very unpopular war. This was 2004 in Iraq. What a waste that was. Weapons of mass destruction. Yeah, they're still looking for them. So all the polls said that John Kerry would beat Bush 43. And I thought Kerry was going to beat him too, simply on the fact that that was an extraordinarily unpopular war. Well, guess what? Bush ekes out a victory, Bush 43, and poll after poll of people leaving the voting booth was, yeah, the war sucks. We hold Cheney and Bush responsible, but we're able to pay our bills. We're able to invest in a 401k, send our kids to a good school, go on a vacation, and we got some extra coin left in our pocket. That was the deciding issue. That's how Bush 43, the dullard, got reelected. It's always, as Clinton said, it's the economy, stupid. It's the economy. And with all the discussion about the Middle East, the Palestinians, Israel, the Ukrainians, and the Russians, the threat of the Red Chinese, all the other important issues that will be discussed on September 9th. Is that the first debate or the 10th? I think it's the 10th coming up, or the 9th, between Trump and Harris. To me, the average Americans that I've met, it all comes down to pocketbook issues. Pocketbook issues. Because people have to go and buy gas every day. They go into supermarkets or grocery stores every day. They see what you saw. They experience the fiscal pain. Yeah, I mean, it's not even a question of being irresponsible if you can't be saving money. Things are much more expensive and you're not making more money. So I'm not sure when this tipping point is going to happen, but it's really kind of ridiculous. So I would have to say, just based on that, and there are a lot of complicating factors in this election cycle. You know, Harris, most people don't know. Her vice presidential running mate, Coach, nobody knows. Everybody knows Trump. Nobody knows J.D. Vance. It's going to come down to pocketbook issues time and time. I know people say the migrants and everything. I really believe, like in almost every previous election, if you got coin in your pocket, that person is going to stay in office. That's why Ronald Reagan was able to oust Jimmy Carter, because of that uber inflation that was taking place.
Well, the economy's pretty bad, so I think the migrants are just like the cherry on top.
Yeah, no, it's a reason to complain. But it's not a compelling reason to vote, which people do in the presidential year. Unfortunately, they don't vote in the following 3 years.
Well, I have a feeling if you live in the cities that are being, sort of tormented with all these migrants being dropped, you might actually be inspired to vote because you're actually seeing it in the cities. Maybe not everywhere sees it the same, but in New York City, it is in your face.
You know, as bad as it is here in the city, and nobody knows it better than I do, I think if you were to take a vote in New York City, which is so heavily liberal, progressive, Democrat, the migrant issue, people would actually vote for the migrants, not against them.
I hope not. I would hope not.
Because of the way they would shape the argument.
Well, no, I understand that, but again, I think the practical fallout of it is just so very obvious. I think everyone can see it for themselves. You can't be told something from what you're seeing.
I think the crime issue supersedes the migrant issue because that can come from a migrant or from one of our own.
Well, with the exception that all the NYPD and like the top brass they're saying it's a combination of the EDPs and I mean, they're calling it out. They're saying it, and it's not this the young element of having the gangs. That's the first time I'm hearing them lately actually identifying that it's gangs.
Well,
that wasn't something before. They
can't deny it anymore.
They can't.
They crime is down. They issued again stats that say crime is down. Come on.
Every time Adams has a press conference, he has all these signs behind him
crime is down. Yeah, sure. Nobody believes that. Take me to a neighborhood where crime is down. Right, one neighborhood out there. Showcase me a neighborhood where people come out and say, thank you, crime is down. Nobody.
And what you see a lot, too, is you see the spillover, the people who are living outside. So, again, I don't know if it's because the shelters are filled up because you have the displacement with the migrants, but people sleeping on steps, stoops.
Everywhere.
Everywhere.
Our number is 1-800-848-9222. Let's go to Dr. Bobby in New Jersey. Your turn to be heard here at WABC, Doc.
Hello, Curtis. How are you doing?
I've had better days.
Oh, well, sorry about that. Anyway, I wanted to enlighten you on to who the doctor was on the East Side giving people feel-good drugs. The Beatles wrote a song about him, Dr. Robert Feynman.
Wow.
With two N's, F-E-Y-N-M-A-N-N. And he said in an interview that he had 300 patients a week who were celebrities and people of notoriety that if the list ever got out, the press would have a field day with exposing who used to visit him on a regular basis. But the Beatles used to see him once a week when they were around, and he'd give them, and God knows what, like an injection of B12, but it was really amphetamines and some other stuff. But the Beatles wrote a song about him, Dr. Robert Feynman.
And remember,
so he was
in the final days of the 1960 campaign, JFK versus Richard Nixon, he traveled exclusively with JFK. He was paid handsomely by Joe Kennedy Sr., the patriarch, to basically be there with his black bag and inject him up, Dr. Bobby, with amphetamines.
JFK looked great on the debate. Nixon looked sour and drawn.
Yeah, I remember my mom, who had hypoglycemia, was going to the Upper West Side once a week for a vitamin B12 drip. You know, they call it a drip then. And even as a kid, I was a little suspicious. Mom, why do you have to go all the way to the Upper West Side to get a vitamin B12 drip? Now, I got to tell you, she would walk into that office, she'd be all droopy. She'd walk out of that office, she'd be dancing a tarantella in the street. Doc, they were telling her it was vitamin B12. I truly believe it was some form of an amphetamine.
He said in the interview he used to give these people, he said it was a shot of B12, but it was a cocktail he contrived by himself. But when the Beatles themselves were interviewed, they told them that we used to see him and we'd come out of the office bouncing around.
Yeah, look, Mickey Mantle was there, Lauren Bacall, Humphrey Bogart, a lot of famous people. Sometimes, and this tells you about famous people, they don't like to wait online, as you know. They think their stuff don't stink, so that everybody should have to part for them like the Red Sea did for Moses. For that doctor, they'd wait online, Doc. They'd wait online because they were addicted. They were hyped on the amphetamines.
That doctor used to have he had a discreet entrance for the celebrities.
Yeah.
You didn't see anybody walking off the street. There was some back alley entrance to his office.
You know, it was interesting. When I had my prostate issue, I eventually had it taken out. What a mistake that was. But I would visit different doctors, and they would have a discreet entrance. And the nurses would explain to me, a lot of people don't want to be seen going in to an oncologist, you know, because then people might think they have prostate cancer. Remember, John Kerry had prostate cancer. He's running against George Bush, you know, in the primary, Democratic primary. Didn't want to say anything because he knew if he had acknowledged that during the campaign, it's over. His campaign is over.
2004.
Yeah, it's over. And his father had prostate cancer, so he was diagnosed. I think he had the surgery. He had to sort of waylay it for a few weeks, and then he was back into the campaign. But he actually said, if I had publicly acknowledged at that time that I had prostate cancer, my campaign would have been shot. All of my supporters would have said, he's going to die of cancer. No sense supporting him.
Mm-hmm.
That was the viewpoint of prostate cancer then, and that's why they would have these sort of separate entranceways. But you see, the rich, the famous, the wealthy, many of them knew damn well what that doctor was injecting them with. Many of them knew that they got addicted to it, and they would pay any price. And then they would be the first ones to do commercials, about the dangers of drugs. Sanctimonious hypocrites getting all jacked up on methamphetamines, bathtub amphetamines that the Hells Angels would be making and selling out in the streets. You just go to a doctor with a nice shingle on the Upper East Side, and it made it so much better, right? You were junkies, but you were productive, right?
Talk Radio 77 WABC.
It's another side of midnight. Now to the Bernard McGurk studios of 77 WABC. Here's Curtis Lewa.
There was a sad gathering this past week in Times Square. Didn't receive anywhere near the attention it should have. People had traveled from all over the country whose loved ones had died from fentanyl, I'll call it poisoning. They call it an overdose. To me, it's poisoning. I've been on fentanyl for pain relief. When it's taken as it's prescribed, it's the best pain relief. I've seen older folks with rheumatism, arthritis, couldn't even move their hands, get up and dance at a senior citizen center right after lunch. When it's controlled. The problem is people self-medicate or doctors give too much of a prescription and then people start chipping away at it and develop a severe habit. And there wasn't a dry eye in that huge gathering in Times Square. Why there wasn't more attention paid to it is beyond me. The President of the United States, Donald Trump, was down at the border in Arizona, spent a lot of time talking about the fentanyl that comes from Red China into the narco-terrorist web in Mexico and then is shipped right into our country and into all kinds of communities, suburban, rural, urban, and it's a drug of death. When you start taking it on your own, when you start taking it beyond the prescription, and people are getting very sick or dying all over the place. Nancy, I believe close to 100,000 Americans just last year died of fentanyl overdose.
Yeah, that is correct.
And I was just blown away at the fact that there was so little attention to all these people, many of them just crying their eyes out.
Yeah, it was it's called Fentanyl Awareness Day. It was on the 21st of August, and what they did was they had in Times Square a group called Facing Fentanyl. It's like a nonprofit organization that tries to bring attention to this. This is the third annual event they've had, and people come all throughout the United States, like you said, and they're basically sort of telling tales of family members that they've lost, children that they've lost to fentanyl. It's really just to bring awareness to the fact, and obviously, handing out the I think it's called naproxen. I think that's how you pronounce it, the thing that prevents the opioid overdose.
Right.
Yeah. So they were handing out those, distributing those, but really, it's just to bring awareness to the fact that this is a growing crisis. So, and again, the 100,000, they say the Americans, the most recent 12-month period, they said 3,000 New Yorkers have passed away from fentanyl this year, but I think it's probably more than that. Drug overdose is, which is mostly due to fentanyl, kills more New Yorkers than homicide, suicide, and motor vehicle crashes combined. So, I mean, given that and how much attention goes to everything.
You just mention that again.
Yeah, it kills more New Yorkers than homicide, suicide, and motor vehicle crashes combined.
Listen, more people, and yet there was a dearth of attention. I mean, there was some, don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
But for those folks to travel all the way to Times Square to reveal their innermost feelings of their loss, their pain, and how their loved ones got hooked on fentanyl. Each of them had different stories to tell. Should have been shared. You see, we go from one extreme to the other, you know. Miracle drug, which fentanyl is. And then all of a sudden, evil, you know, killer drug. It is. And there are a lot of drugs out there that do a lot of good, but when taken beyond what the prescription is prescribed, they can be killer drugs.
Yeah, but and I think the bigger issue with this is not the people who are getting that purposely and then, you know, sort of taking more than they're supposed to or more than prescribed, or even if they're not supposed, but it's the people who are getting other drugs and not knowing that this is mixed in. So, I mean, I think that's really the issue. People who are accidentally coming into contact with this.
There's so many reasons. But if we look, right, Prince, hooked on fentanyl, pills. You had the guy whose music we play. Why am I all of a sudden having my Joe Biden moment here? Came out of Florida. See, it's not Glenn Fry. Why am I thinking? With the stovetop hat on, great group. I play his music all the time. See that? I just lost. Don't come around here no more.
Oh, Tom Petty.
Tom Petty, right. Yeah. He died.
He didn't wear that hat.
Yeah, he had that stovepipe hat at times.
In one video, he had that.
Well, that's what I remember him for. That was, with all those airplanes, remember, in the middle of the desert, like out in Arizona. That
was more of a cowboy hat.
No, that was a stovetop hat. Anyway, the point being is he died of overdose fentanyl strips. I've had fentanyl strips. They can relieve pain. But you do it the way it's prescribed to you. Americans cheat.
You know that 98% of the world's fentanyl supply comes from China?
Yeah, of course.
Of
course. We never do anything. We never retaliate against the Red Chinese. Because remember, they supply us with almost all of our products.
And then here's another fun fact about it. Data has shown that fentanyl has been involved in more deaths of Americans under 50 than any other cause of death, including heart disease, cancer, and other illnesses. So under 50, more people are dying.
Right.
Wow.
And there's been actually a decrease in the age, the average age of an American male, regardless of their ethnic or racial background, because of drug ODs, oxys, Percocet, fentanyl, those kind of drugs. Basically what you would call like pain relief drugs. People do have pain. They need relief. There are different ways of getting relief.
Well, if they hadn't kept marijuana as a controlled substance for so long, maybe they wouldn't have so many of these problems.
Well, just think of it. They had marijuana listed, the DEA, at the same level of fentanyl.
There you go.
Weed and fentanyl categorized the same. I've had both. There's no comparison. And you use them for different reasons. Medicinally, you also use marijuana for pain.
Exactly.
So, man, they have all these.
Yeah, remember when you were when you had your surgery, and that was one of the few elements in New York in which they actually would prescribe medicinal marijuana. And when I asked your doctors, they looked at me like I was crazy.
Well,
like, what was I talking about? And they were totally fine with prescribing these other things.
Well, because as they explained it to us, they had given me, they were trying different painkillers. And I've had fentanyl, I've had morphine during past operations, especially for the bullet wounds that I suffered, the 5 hollow point bullets that I was able to survive from. Boy, that was painful. But they gave me, remember, Percocet laced Tylenol.
Oh, God, yes.
And I put my
Not good.
my fist right through a wall. It had a very negative effect. Now, for somebody else, it might be a good pain relief. It wasn't for
no,
me.
not that one. Not that one.
Right. And Nancy asked the doctor, and he didn't fully explain it, but I understood they could have lost their license. That's how foolish this is.
No, and that's what I'm saying. It actually was one of the few things which you can, but again, it's just so against the grain of what they do. They're so much more comfortable with prescribing what is in their chartered course of action rather than doing that.
Well, you see, if Big Pharma controlled
Well, there you
medical
go.
marijuana,
That's the problem.
there'd be
right
no
there, too.
problem.
Well, there you go. Exactly.
No problem.
There we go.
Let's go to Lou there in Long Island. Your turn to be heard here at WABC, Lou.
Yes, my mom was overweight in the 60s, and she used to go to a quote-unquote diet doctor. And I swear they were giving her amphetamines. I mean, her heart, she went through CHF in her early 60s, and I swear those amphetamines ruined her heart.
Yeah, well, Lou, it clearly, that speeds up your metabolism, can cause tremendous
her heart was always racing.
Right, but you'll lose weight. But unfortunately...
No, she didn't.
Oh,
That's a strange thing. She didn't, no.
Wow, how long was she taking them?
Oh, I would say maybe 6-8 years or so, and then for whatever reason, guess she figured they're not working, so I don't know. But I was about 8 or 10 at the time, so, I didn't realize... they're giving her vitamins or pills. It's supposed to help her lose weight. But it didn't. I don't understand why.
So what years about would that be?
Mid-60s.
Yeah, same for me. When I'd accompany my mother to the Upper West Side, she'd go once a week for her vitamin B12 drip, they call it.
Yeah, no, she got pills.
And that was, she'd had hypoglycemia, which would really weaken you. And, boy, she'd come out of that office all energetic, all pumped up. She couldn't wait to go for her next shot, drip, the next week. And they would tell you in the office, I remember the nurses, vitamin B12, it's the miracle vitamin. Meantime, it was methamphetamines, Lou.
Giving them. That's for darn sure. I mean, my mom was usually a pretty calm person. And, all of a sudden, sometimes she'd just be on an edge, something really ticked her off, which wouldn't normally, get a reaction, I was too young to put it together. But now looking back, yeah, I could see what was going on, or those frickin' doctors.
Yeah, well, remember, the doctors, like anyone else, the salespeople come around. They're dealing with the salespeople from Big Pharma. They've done great documentaries. There was that show on Netflix about about oxys. It was the Purdue family. It wasn't even the Purdue family.
Marketing. It was all marketing.
Yeah, called
commission.
Dope Sick.
What was it called? Dope Sick.
Yeah, Dope Sick.
Really good if people could see that. How they started with the J.D. Vance crowd, the hillbillies in the Appalachians, and just got them all hooked. Great pain relief. You go in the first few times, people were able to do things they hadn't been able to do in years, especially the coal miners.
I was prescribed a short prescription after my shoulder surgery, and it really did help. But, it got to the point where, I don't know, I got 80 pills. I'm like, holy crap. I mean, you got to be kidding me. 80 pills?
Well, they haven't.
My neighbor's telling me I could sell them.
You see, Lou, they haven't figured out, and this is what it's going to be in the future, because I had this with steroids after the bullet wounds I had just tore up my insides. Time released, where it's in your system, And it just, every day it releases what's required. A little bit, a little bit, a little bit. This is going to help emotionally disturbed people who won't take their medication. A little bit each day, just what you need to normalize you, stabilize you, and with painkillers too. Because if you leave it up to the person and they open up their cabin in their medicine cabinet and they see the pills there, some people have the discipline to just follow the instructions, even if they had 80 pills in the vial. But a lot of other people, what happens is, Lou, the medicine doesn't resolve the pain. It just masks over the pain. So once the masking over process, 3-4 hours is completed, the pain returns, and you almost have a knee-jerk reaction, like even though the prescription says don't do it, I'll just take another one because you like feeling better without the pain. Who wouldn't? Who wouldn't? I mean, that's human nature. And they have not yet figured that out. I think the future is time-released medication that is inside of you, especially for the emotionally disturbed, many of whom will not take their meds that normalize them. That's where we should be pouring all of our money into, that kind of research, because we see without that, you have people who become addicts, and you have people who need the medication to normalize their mental health woes, and they don't take their medication.
It's Another Side of Midnight, 77 WABC. It's Another Side of Midnight. Now, to the Bernard McGurk studios of 77 WABC. Here's Curtis Lewa.
What happened to Padre, Filio, Spiritu Santo? Give me my prayer music here, Tony. Thank you. Well, another 2 great hours in Nancy. She'll be returning 8 to 10 for the advanced rip and read, which she does the really big dive on the issues of the day, and then animal welfare from 10 to 11. And Nancy, we will have been in a few hours. We're traveling to the new Animal Care and Control Center, built with, $75 million in Ridgewood, Queens? Mm-hmm. That has had all kinds of problems.
That continues to treat animals as horribly as they always have.
You know, they spent $75 million of our money, and it's brand new, supposedly state-of-the-art, and it's a horrid situation, a horrible situation. Been a lot written about it in the New York Post. You should check it out. So Nancy wants to go there, see for herself. I'll be accompanying her. We'll do the video, and then we'll talk about it in the animal welfare hour. And then we're going to head down to Elizabeth Street, where Little Italy meets Greenwich Village, and we're going to join the folks who want to preserve that great garden there, while Eric Adams is like Sherman marching through Georgia, wanting to put high-rise housing in every neighborhood, every square inch.
That no one can afford, FYI.
And destroy the quality of life in our 5 boroughs. Wipe out this park. I mean, imagine, we're going to be joining De Niro, Scorsese, Patty Smythe, others who are saying, no, don't touch the gardens. Let's see if Eric Adams, swagger man with no plan, who's been wine-dined and pocket-lined by developers, blinks on this. Because the people are saying, we don't have enough parkland. You've cut the park budget to begin with.
Can we get a tree? Something?
Keep your freaking hands off of the Elizabeth Street Park. I mean, where else are you going to see conservatives and liberals actually joining together to say, Eric Adams, keep your developers' greedy little hands off of this iconic little park that everybody loves?
Check this out.
On the weekend, take a journey with the People's Mayor.
Curtis Lewa is a politician who says don't trust politicians.
It's Another Side of Midnight with Curtis Lewa.
The iconic, the legendary Curtis Lewa.
This city doesn't sleep, and neither does Curtis Lewa on Another Side of Midnight.
Oh, yeah.
Now, to the Bernard McGurk studios of 77 WABC. Here's Curtis Lewa.
sunset in your eyes. Traveling the train through clear Moroccan skies. Ducks and pigs and chickens call. Animal carpet wall to wall. American ladies 5 foot tall and blue. Sweeping cobwebs from the edges of my mind. Had to get away to see what we could find. Hope the days that lie ahead bring us back to where they've led. Listen not to what's been said to you. Don't you know we're riding on the Marrakesh Express? Don't you know we're riding on the Marrakesh Express? They're taking me to Marrakesh. All on board the train. All on board the train. I've been saving all my money just to take you there. I smell the garden in your hair. Take the train to Casablanca going south. Blowing smoke rings from the corners of my mouth. Gold buttons hang in the air. Charming cobras in the square. Striped your leathers we can wear at home. Well, let me hear you now. Don't you know we're riding on the Marrakesh Express? Don't you know we're riding on the Marrakesh Express? They're taking me to Marrakesh. Don't you know we're riding?
Oh, yeah, you hear Stephen Stills here of Crosby, Stills, Nash & Young. Marrakesh Express, a call to go to Morocco, to the Marrakesh Express, the area where, I mean, you can buy a brick of hash and all kinds of drugs. That's what it was an ode to then and an ode to now, because it still exists in North Africa there. And a guy who was friends with Stephen Stills directly and friends with a lot of people, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. You saw him on that stage last night being introduced to the crowd by Donald Trump. And there, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. professed his support for the Trump presidential run, especially in the battleground states where it's expected him dropping out of active campaigning will encourage a lot of his supporters to vote for Trump and not for Harris. So what I've decided to do is cut through all the propaganda of the Kennedy machine that has always existed, going way back to Joe Kennedy, the patriarch. That's where it all started. The bootlegger that he was, owned and ran the RKO, a movie production firm out in L.A., and eventually he became the American ambassador to the UK before World War II, dealing with Churchill and others, and was an admirer of Adolf Hitler. In fact, he had to be summoned back because he was so over the top, an ass kisser of Hitler and the Nazis. That's the Kennedy story that they don't want you to know. And we grew up in an era of Camelot in which you talk about propaganda. I laugh when they say, look at the propaganda about Kamala Harris, right? And it's true. But the Kennedy propaganda was like 1,000,000 times more. You would have thought that it was the greatest family that ever lived. Oh, the perfect couple, JFK and Jackie, the perfect family. Oh, the Kennedy clan, Hyannisport. What a wonderful American Irish Catholic institution. They couldn't have been more hopelessly wrong. And the Kennedy myth continues, even though it's now with the black sheep of the family, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. So let's go through it, because I hear all different sides here at WABC, and most folks don't know what the hell they're talking about when it comes to Robert F. Kennedy Jr. Now, Tony, nobody has spotted Frank Morano, the Mameluke, who actually went out there and on 3rd Avenue in Bay Ridge, on about 92nd Street, I think in front of the Stop and Shop, for weeks was collecting signatures for Robert F. Kennedy Jr. so that he could run in New York State, qualify to run in New York State like he was trying to qualify and run in all 50 states. And there was Frank, and he'd be trying to collect signatures, and the Trumpers would curse him out. And naturally, the Biden folks at that time would curse him out. And sometimes Frank would have to retreat into his car and seek sanctuary because people were, like, pissed off at him. Like, what the hell are you doing? You're just taking votes away from my guy. In the case of the Trumpers and in the case of the Bidenites. So you can imagine what Frank is thinking now. He put all of his stock in Robert F. Kennedy Jr. And you got to understand about this guy. He's crazy. He's a nut job. He's a kukalamunga. If he wasn't a Kennedy, I mean, he might have to be committed for some mental observation. But I understand there's the good, the bad, and the ugly with Robert F. Kennedy Jr., so we're going to deal with all of that. But when you're wealthy and you're perceived to be a success, you're eccentric. You're not crazy. I know a lot of people who've done very well in their lives. They're wealthy. They have name recognition and attention. You can spot them in a police lineup in a heartbeat, and they are absolutely out of their minds. In the old neighborhood, we would have said they're crazy. They're a nut job. They're a screwball. But if they achieve any amount of wealth, equity, or success, you just label them eccentric. That would be Elon Musk. Now, many people have said the guy's crazy. And some would say crazy as a fox. And he's taking all kinds of drugs. He understands that he's got to balance himself out. He does a lot of self-medicating. But, hey, look, there's the good, the bad, the ugly with Elon Musk and a lot of other successful people. But RFK Jr., this myth continues. And when I saw him getting a standing ovation, and I know part of that is, hey, this might be the guarantee that Trump can fend off the accelerated presence of the Vice President Harris, who replaced the cadaverine formaldehyde Biden in this election. Against Biden, there was going to be a coronation. With Harris now in it for a sprint to November 5th, it's a real race. And look, these polls, I know a lot of you would like to, they lie, they lie. Most times the numbers don't lie. But it's a hell of a lot closer than it was when Biden was in the race. He was fading fast. And Trump was on his way to becoming president with no competition. In fact, remember back then we were talking about how Trump might actually win New York, might win New Jersey. You don't hear discussions like that anymore, boy. That discussion is over. But certainly it was very prevalent when it appeared that Biden would be the candidate. And interesting, as you look back as a Monday morning quarterback, should Trump have taken that debate with Biden in June, because Biden might have eked out a few more months and then crashed and burned in this debate in September, followed by the second debate. It would have been too late to swap out candidates. Would have been too late. Should they have waited? Well, they didn't know. They didn't know that Biden would be that bad. So there were a lot of things. With Robert F. Kennedy Jr., the truth needs to be told. He was prospecting with both teams. Before he made this deal with the Trump campaign, he had gone over to the Harris campaign. Now, he had every reason not to have anything to do with Biden and Harris because they were doing everything to keep him off the ballot and make his life miserable. No doubt about it. They had signed up his entire Kennedy family to campaign against him. I mean, the entire Kennedy family. So I get it. He had a reason to be with Trump, but he still was trying to get the best deal. He went to the Harris campaign first and said, what do you think if I drop out of the race and I endorse Harris? What is that going to be worth? He was shilling for a position. You understand that, ladies and gentlemen? This guy is not a purist in any way, shape, or form, as he would like us to believe, as all Kennedys had, since the beginning of the Kennedy clan with Joe Kennedy Sr., the patriarch. Understand that? He went to Team Harris first. If Team Harris had satisfied his demands, he would have been on a stage endorsing Harris. As crazy as that sounds, he was prospecting. And then he went to Team Trump. Now, obviously, he knew Trump better than he knew Harris. But he was trying to cut the best deal for himself. Not for his movement, himself. This is what all Kennedys have always been about. It's all about the Kennedy brand, the Kennedy name. It ain't about helping the people. Come on, stop the crap. Stop it. Those of you who grew up in Camelot times, then you realize that all of that stuff was garbage, was crap, was all lies, but you like to feel, oh, God, Camelot, oh, you wanted to believe that so badly. Some of you still have that Camelot hangover. Boy, I lost that Camelot hangover real quick. As a kid, my family had it, my father, my mother, my grandparents, aunts, and uncles, mostly because he was Catholic. You know what it was like. Nixon was the Protestant, the Quaker. Who the hell even knew what Quakers were back then? Well, he was the evil Protestant, so he had to vote for the Catholic, even though he was Irish, right? Hey, he's Irish. Let's forgive that and overlook that. So I get it. It was very tribal. But almost every aspect of everything we were ever told about the Kennedys proved not to be true. Profiles in Courage was written by JFK. He didn't write a word of that book that won a Pulitzer Prize. All of it paid for by his patriarch, the daddy, Joe Kennedy, the crook, the guy who was the bootlegger, the guy who had a casting couch as long and as active as any casting couch in Hollywood, and who actually loved Adolf Hitler. Yeah. He had to be removed. Oh, yeah, Tony. When he was ambassador over to the UK, right before World War II, FDR had to yank him. He was such a sycophantonian lackey of Hitler. Oh, but hey, why do you have to dredge all that up? Because you all of you get bamboozled by this myth of the Kennedys. Now, I will admit there are some good things about RFK Jr. His attacks on Fauci, great. Him and Rand Paul, absolutely 5-star top shelf. He even wrote a book about the evil Fauci. But come on, let's get real here. The reason that so many of you like RFK Jr. now is he announced that he's supporting Trump, and you figure that's the margin of victory. They were applauding him up on that stage. Do you know what some of his policy positions are? You don't even care. You would applaud anybody who was endorsing Donald Trump if you felt that person would help with a Trump victory, right? I mean, let's be honest. You don't know what RFK Jr. stood for. You just, Kennedy, a Democratic tradition. Oh, this is great. But a lot of you won't be honest. And a lot of you still, you grew up with the propaganda of the Camelot era, the Kennedy family. Oh, we love seeing Jack out there. We love seeing RFK. Did we see them swapping Marilyn Monroe? Do we know that they're responsible for her death? How do you know, Curtis? Come on. Come on. It was a pass-around pack for them. They're in the Oval Office. Hey, you want to snack on Marilyn this weekend? I'm a little busy. Yeah, go ahead, Robert. Come on. Stop this crap. Oh, RFK Jr. Oh, his daddy. Oh, his uncle. Yeah, what about his other uncle, Ted, right? Ted got thrown out of Harvard for cheating. He had a guy go in there, claim he was Ted Kennedy. What a schmuck. And take his Spanish test, right? Like nobody knew who the Kennedys were. Hey, I'm Ted Kennedy. You're not a Kennedy. Yes, I am. My name is Ted Kennedy. I'm here to take the Spanish test. He got expelled for that. RFK Jr. went to Harvard, right? He was dealing cocaine in Harvard. Just like Geraldine Ferrara's son up in Dartmouth. They called him the chemist. He was dealing cocaine. Anybody else, they go to jail. It's over. Hey, if you're Kennedy or Ferrara, nothing. Come on. No, hey, wayward youth. What, they needed the money? You going to tell me that Geraldine Ferrara's son needed the money? You going to tell me the Kennedys needed the money? Come on. So let's get real here. The Kennedys in Hyannisport, Martha's Vineyard, they could break every rule, every law, and most of those kids did, and they bragged about it. We are untouchables. And the biggest lawbreaker of all was Robert F. Kennedy Jr. Oh, and he was proud of it. He had a term, I forget the term for it, rebels without a cause, something like that. Anyway, they did everything. And I don't know what it is about these Kennedys and the kids, the kids, they all have a lot of kids. They don't believe in birth control. They're real Irish Catholics, except, when it comes to an annulment. They want an annulment even though the wife has had kids, even though they've been together with the wife for like 12 years, annulment like the marriage didn't happen. Come on, stop this. Every time I see one of these documentaries, I just want to projectile vomit. And you all went along with it. Oh, the age of Camelot. Oh, JFK. Oh, RFK. As they sat there with J. Edgar Hoover, and J. Edgar Hoover said, I'm taking out Martin Luther King Jr. Did they say no? Of course not, because they knew J. Edgar Hoover had the file on both of them. You talk about decadent and debaucherous. The Secret Service. Oh, the Secret Service that so many of you love, hiding everything that JFK and his brother were doing, swimming in the swimming pool in the White House with underage girls. Underage girls. And with Bill Clinton sneaking them out and sneaking them back in the wee hours of the morning, and it wasn't for a Big Mac attack. Oh, we love the Secret Service. Oh, yeah. It's like their own private security. Hush, hush, mush, mush. So I'm going to go through a few of these factoids. Again, some of it is good for Robert F. Kennedy Jr. I give him props. But a lot of it, like with a lot of things about all the Kennedys, is bad. And they always get over like fat rats. Why? Because they're Kennedys. And they know it. And so many of you are gullible. Oh, well, look what happened to John F. Kennedy. Look what happened to RFK. We can understand why they're all drunks and alcoholics. I mean, 12 o'clock in the afternoon for most Kennedys. If you walked in a room like I did with the Kennedys down in Palm Beach, I just walked into the mansion, no security. Man, if I would have lit a match, we would have all been blown to kingdom come. Straight scotch. Boom, down the hatch. I'm like, oh, my God. Women and men, luscious. Yeah, that's your Kennedy family that so many of you grew up with, like I grew up with, and we were all fed bullshnizzle about that. Our number is 1-800-848-9222. That's 1-800-848-WABC. Let's continue on with the good, the bad, and the ugly for the man of the hour for Team Trump, Robert F. Kennedy Jr.
It's Another Side of Midnight, 77 WABC. This is Another Side of Midnight with Curtis Lewa. Now to the Bernard McGurk studios of 77 WABC. Here's Curtis Lewa.
If you're down and confused and you don't remember who you're talking to, concentration slip away because your baby is so far away. Well, there's a road in a distant land
Hasn't that always been the theme of the Kennedys? No matter what Kennedy, male Kennedy, libido issues galore. I don't know what it is. Then when you marry into the Kennedy clan, same thing. Same thing. Andrew Evil-Eyes Cuomo, libido issues. Arnold Schwarzenegger, libido issues, right, with the housekeeper. And yes, Robert F. Kennedy Jr., libido issues with the babysitter of his kids. I don't know what it is, the Kennedys. It was another one, I think, the congressman in Rhode Island, same thing. You know, you can't trust a Kennedy around babysitters. You just can't. They always snack on the babysitters. Just like in the case of Robert F. Kennedy Jr., a 23-year-old part-time babysitter for his children. And she complained about it. And he got all upset. You know, I'm a Kennedy, right? What are you talking about? And I would say, yeah, we know you're a Kennedy. You can't trust the Kennedy with a babysitter. Male, yes. Female, no. Absolutely no. And notice it always gets, can you rub my back? You know, I got back issues. All the Kennedys, JFK, I got back issues. Robert F. Kennedy, can you rub my back? I got the lotion here. And then all of a sudden, they're leches. So finally, the story came out. There was no denying it. And Robert F. Kennedy Jr. said, hey, look, I'm no church boy. I had a very, very rambunctious youth. We know that. You broke all the rules and got away with it. I said in my announcement speech that I have so many skeletons in my closet that if they could all vote, I could run for king of the world. When pressed further, he said he had no further comments. What does that tell you, ladies and gentlemen? This guy is a scoundrel. I mean, guys have always had libido issues, but man, this guy, without Viagra, had Viagra. He had ants in his pants, and they needed to dance. Right? Oh, he's a Kennedy, like all the Kennedys. Probably for me, what was most troubling was how one of his wives ended up. She hung herself in their house in Westchester, and he tried to make that all go away. Now, that's a horror, and I don't know all the reasons that led her to want to hang herself. But apparently, she had gotten hold of his personal journal in which he recorded sexual encounters with 37 different women. What kind of a freak would write those all down? I mean, think about it, but he's a Kennedy, right? It's in his DNA. That would be the excuse if he ever had to face a judge, right? Hey, what do you expect? I'm a Kennedy. You know, my uncle, JFK, my daddy, RFK, Ted, the swimmer. The hell? And all you people applauding. Oh, like he's a great hero. Oh, you support Trump. This is his pathway to victory. Yay, RFK Jr. Yay. Notice, not one call here. Because you can't handle the truth, like Jack Nicholson said to Tom Cruise. Because you can't handle the truth. And I'm not saying anything that people didn't already know, but they give him a Kennedy pass. Like Kennedys have always gotten the Kennedy pass. More so than any other family I've ever been aware of. Indiscretion after indiscretion, crimes committed, things that are unimaginable, pedophilia. I mean, underage girls. It's littered with this. And nobody ever paid the price. Nobody ever paid the price because they had Kennedy immunity. And not one of you call up because you know what I'm saying is true and you can't handle the truth. But there are a lot of good things about RFK Jr. I'm going to get to that. You already know that because Donald Trump went on and on talking about him at that huge rally in Arizona yesterday. Our number is 1-800-848-9222. You hate AOC, many of you, because she's for green energy, renewable energy, right? You hate her. I mean, if I was to say AOC, all out crazy, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, leader of the Socialists of America, and the Green Team, she wants to do away with all fossil fuels, and she wants renewable energy. And let's face it, she's from Westchester, and Kennedy just tried to list Westchester at his voting address, and it appears he was only there like one time. I mean, why wouldn't you list your address in California where you live with your wife there? Why would you list Westchester, which is crazy to me? You're with Cheryl Hines, right, out there in California. Apparently a good relationship. Larry David introduced them? What is Larry David saying to himself now? Oh, well, you know, I live in Martha's Vineyard there. Remember, we welcome the Venezuelans. Oh, this is the greatest day in our life, everyone. The Kennedys, all of them. By the time it was nightfall, hey, Venezuelans, pack your bags, get the hell out of here. Get into those charter buses and go into Rhode Island. Sanctimonious hypocrites, all of them. River keepers, that was a great thing, cleaning up the Hudson River, especially from the PCBs poured in up near Troy, Schenectady by General Electric, taking on those battles. Joining up with Pete Seeger, the banjo player. He wore his Lenin hat, not John Lennon, Vladimir Lenin, and a proud American communist. I don't hold that against them because they were doing good work there. That was good work, cleaning up the Hudson River. No doubt about it. Boy, at one point, I remember as a kid, in certain parts of the Hudson River, it was an open sewer. That was a good battle. I give RFK Jr. props. I give Pete Seeger, the banjo-playing commie, props. Well, more of you would give RFK Jr. props for that up the Mid-Hudson Valley, going all the way up to Albany, than you would Pete Seeger. But, hey, good work. Good work. But this renewable energy thing, I wonder if many of you know that Robert F. Kennedy Jr. is like AOC in many ways when it comes to oil, gas, and pipelines. Do you know he's against fracking in New York? Did you know that? Did you know that he was a member of his then brother-in-law, Governor Cuomo's fracking commission, and he led the effort to stop fracking in New York State? Huh? Did you know that? Of course you didn't. And even when I tell you, you don't want to know that. You don't want to know that. And he vilified the oil industry in the worst way, saying they want to build as many miles of pipeline as possible, so this way we can't walk away from using fossil fuels. He hates fossil fuels. Did you know that out there, you Robert Kennedy Jr. lovers, all because he's decided that the deal that Trump offered him was better than the deal that Harris offered him. Or he could just as easily have been on that stage with Vice President Harris with the coach hugging him. Oh, we love you, RFK Jr., because this is our margin of victory, right? That's what this is all about. Did you know he's opposed to nuclear power? Then again, he spearheaded the effort of the Cuomos since through marriage, the Cuomos thought that they would be part of this Kennedy legacy. Andrew and I forget what her name is, the Ambien queen there. No, they all use Ambien, right? They all go driving. They get into accidents. And instead of blaming it on being drunk, because they're all alcoholics, oh, it's Ambien. It's the Tiger Woods defense. But they're Kennedys. We're going to accept that. Like two of the Kennedys, it's Ambien. Sure it is. How about testing them, right? How about getting them out of the car and like everybody else, touch your nose, walk. Can you walk the line? No. Officer, I used Ambien. Oh, I see. Oh, you're a Kennedy. Okay, no problem. We'll accept that. Do you know that Robert F. Kennedy Jr. helped close Indian Point? Did you know that? That he's opposed to hydroelectric power that's an alternative coming from Canada? Did you know that, ladies and gentlemen? And even though he is for renewable energy, right? The sanctimonious hypocrite was just like his uncle Ted Kennedy. Yeah, we love windmills as long as they're not in the Cape, Martha's Vineyard, and Hyannisport. That's right, the big environmentalist, Mr. Riverkeeper Robert F. Kennedy Jr. was opposed to the Cape Wind Project. Just like the lion of the Senate who could never control his libido, along with Senator Dodd of Connecticut, where they would find a waitress and they would sandwich her on the ground and get away with that. Oh, all of a sudden, I'm for renewable energy, green energy, but no windmills off of Cape Cod, no windmills off Nantucket Sound. I'm not just talking Ted Kennedy here. I'm talking Mr. Environmentalist himself, Robert Kennedy Jr. Do as I say, not as I do. Not one call. Not one call, because you can't handle the truth, ladies and gentlemen. You bought into the myth of Camelot. You want that myth to continue to live. That is the most decadent, debaucherous family I've ever known of. The worst. The absolute worst. And this guy was selling his support. Again, before he appeared on that stage with Trump in Arizona, he had gone to Team Harris. They said, no, thank you. No, whatever. No, thank you. If I could be, no, thank you. He didn't have a cause and a mission. That's what a true individual would do running for president of the third party. Nader did that, right? He didn't sell out. Ross Perot, he didn't sell out. Stein, she didn't sell out, the Green Party. I can go right on down. Who's the only one who actually sold out and went and auditioned to both sides? Robert F. Kennedy Jr., so virtuous. He just wants to help America, right? Who'd he pick as his vice president? A woman that nobody knew, who was able to develop a lot of wealth because her husband, one of the developers of Google, they lived in California. It's a 50-50 state. They went their own ways. And she bought the vice presidential slot. Yeah, man, I know you all love Robert F. Kennedy Jr. Oh, I see. Trump people tell me, oh, isn't it great? I said, come on, be honest. This guy has nothing in common with your values. You like the fact that he might get 1% of his voters to vote for Trump, and that could be the margin of victory. Let's just be honest. Don't give me all this crap. Oh, we love what he stands for. You don't even know what he stands for, other than taking on Fauci. That was great. Other than taking on Bill Gates and his foundation. That's great. Like I said, I give him props. Riverkeeper. That's great. But the rest of this stuff, it's pure Kennedy-esque. And you're all ready to eat that bovine organite again for this Kennedy. 1-800-848-9222.
It's Another Side of Midnight. 77 WABC.
Talk Radio 77 WABC. It's a human sign when things go wrong.
Oh, and this is the stake in the heart of Frank Morano, the Mameluke, the number one supporter of R.F. Kennedy Jr., running for president on an independent line. If you've listened to The Other Side of Midnight from time to time, you hear the great Ralph Nader, who took on so many corporations, and they tried to destroy this guy all during his life, destroy him, General Motors especially, right? You know, when Ralph Nader launched his Green Party presidential campaign, you know who vilified him and said, I don't believe in third parties? While he went on the campaign trail and supported Vice President Al Gore against Bush 43, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. I don't believe in third parties unless a third party benefits me, because it's all about benefiting Kennedys. That's the way they've been brought up. It's in their DNA. Let's go to John calling from Nashville, Tennessee. Your turn to be heard here at WABC, John.
How you doing, Curtis?
I've had better days.
I hear you. I just want to point out that there's plenty of people supporting Trump, and I mean Kennedy, he's nuts. I mean, I think a lot of people get that. I mean, you know, but I mean, look at Kanye West. He's supporting Trump, and there's a lot of these nut jobs that are supporting Trump. I mean, RFK Jr., he had his problems 10 years ago, whatever. He did his thing. He sold what he had to do. He's a Kennedy. As you pointed out, he gets away with things. There's plenty of families like that. Plenty of families like that. I mean, you could go on and on and on and on and on about that shit. But, excuse me. But,
no problem.
Point being is that, you know, in the end, the guy, you know, he's kind of on the right side. He's a nut job, and I don't support basically 95% of what he supports. However, you know, he's an American. You know, he's part of the royal family of the Kennedys, and they're cursed, apparently. I mean, I don't know any of them that have had any great lives. I mean, they have terrible lives. I almost feel bad for them. I actually do kind of feel bad for them.
Let me ask you a question. What was that, John? Why would you feel bad for them?
Well, that's actually a good question.
No, you're not alone. You're not alone. I hear that all the time, and naturally it starts with the assassination of JFK, the assassination of RFK. I get that. I understand that. But some of this they brought on to themselves. Not so much RFK, but definitely JFK. We're still investigating that assassination from 1963. We haven't yet resolved it. But I must tell you that some of his actions may have triggered that response because of the fact that he had made promises to people, didn't deliver on the promise. I'm a Kennedy. How dare you question me? And then pissed off a lot of people, and they somehow may have gotten together and decided to take it out on him. Now, they're all wrong for doing that. But I understand the history of the Kennedys, and what bothers me is, in this case, R.F. Kennedy Jr. went over to Team Harris first and tried to make a deal. I don't think the Trump supporters are aware of that. I
didn't know about that.
Yeah, last week he was over with Team Harris trying to make a deal. He doesn't deny it, but they basically didn't want to have anything to do with him. I understand that. And then he came to Team Trump.
I didn't know about that. And now that I know about that, I'm thinking a little differently. But
well, remember, he had a movement, John, and it's not as if the Team Trump is going to absorb that movement. I have a feeling they're going to end up having a falling out. The good thing is Trump went on record and saying that he will put together an assassination committee that will release full and unredacted documents that could help restore trust in government. There's about 1% of the documents in the JFK case that has still not been turned over for public review. And naturally, I think what helped trigger Trump on this was his own attempted assassination, which we're going to get into in the next hour, and how after 6 weeks, clearly there was an attempt to cover that up. I think you would acknowledge that, John.
Yes, I would.
Yeah, so there's some good things that are coming out of this. Don't get me wrong. I told you some of the good things I like about RFK Jr., Again, he goes at Fauci. He goes at Bill Gates. Riverkeeper, cleaning up the Hudson River. Absolutely great job. But let's not kid ourselves. He was not leading a third-party movement. He sold out to where he could get the best deal, and he went to Team Harris first. He did not go to Team Trump first, even though he knew Trump much better than Harris. Remember, it was Donald Trump who had him come into the White House for a meeting at the height of the lockdown and pandemic of Dr. Fauci. Fauci was pissed at that man. Remember, he was the head of the National Institute of Health at that time for Trump. Trump should have got rid of him. He didn't. But I remember he brought in RFK Jr. at the height of that and actually was listening to him, which was good. Listening to all different points of view, that's good. And I think that there was a proposal about a position for Kennedy in charge of committee. And then for whatever reason, that was Deep Six. Probably because Fauci and others involved were having a conniption over that. But that was a good thing. And again, there is the good, the bad, and the ugly about RFK Jr. I just think ultimately he's not interested in a movement. He's interested in himself. He was interested in a position in the Trump administration about halfway through the lockdown and pandemic. I think it was to chair the Vaccine Safety Task Force. Trump was like leaning in that direction, and I guarantee you, Dr. Wes Niles, I'm in bed having been bitten by a mosquito for a week. Fauci put the kibosh on that one. Maybe we'll eventually find that out. But, hey, he knew he had a place with Team Trump. So why did he go audition with Team Harris, where the likelihood was he wasn't even going to get to first base? Why did he do that? Because he was looking for the best freaking deal like Kennedys have always done since they were hatched.
It's Another Side of Midnight, 77 WABC.
Padre, Filio, Spiritus Sanctum. Remember, we can all put aside whatever political differences that we have and come together for this great charity, family effort, on behalf of Stephen Suller, who, as you remember, took his bunker pants out of the back of his car, ran through the Brooklyn Battery Tunnel, I'll never call it the Ucary Tunnel, and got consumed in those fires of hell at the World Trade Center that were the result of the attack of Osama bin Laden and Al-Qaeda. And boy, ever since, that family has been involved in helping so many other first responders who have been abandoned again. This year, it's veterans who have been abandoned to live in the street, to be on their own in their time of need. There's so many great things about Tunnel to Tower, and it's September 29th. It's their annual Tunnel to Tower walk and run. We're all teamed up here. All of my colleagues have their own teams. My team is me and Nancy, and we'd love you to join us. You go to WABCRadio.com/walk. Click on my picture. I hope Nancy's picture is there. Probably not, which is going to piss her off, as rightfully it should. And donate every dollar because it helps. I'm hoping her picture is there. I hope. But we'll be out there that morning, and hopefully you can join us on September 29th. Meantime, let's go to Mike in Brooklyn. Your turn to be heard here at WABC, Mike.
Yeah, hi. So apparently you would be happier if Trump let RFK Jr. go over to Harris, okay? I mean, you could pin the Lindbergh baby case on the Kennedy family, and as much as I would say disgusting, I wouldn't care. Bring up RFK Jr. on November 6th or November 7th, and then you could go after him. Now you could. How would that be if you cause Harris to be president? Okay.
How am I going to?
I'll stay on the line if you'll let me argue with you.
Mike, of course,
but I'll hang up.
No, Mike, how am I going to cause Donald Trump to lose? I'm one talk show host in America with my own opinion about RFK Jr. You do know he sold himself to Team Harris last week. Do you know that?
Yeah, I know that. You just spoke to this guy from North Carolina or South Carolina. I'm not sure where.
Nashville, Tennessee.
So don't say you one talk show host. You're an influential guy. In fact, I contributed $200 to you against the mayor, whatever his name is, Adams.
Oh, thank you.
So you're welcome. But that's because I thought you were really a pure guy. I don't care what RFK Jr. did. I mean, he's a bum, okay? He's going to be a bum on November 7th, too. If you wanted to go after the son of a bitch, you should have waited until November 7th. Now it makes it sound as if Trump is, listen, let's keep the vote to Harris. Keep the vote to Harris, okay? Kamala. Keep the vote to Kamala Harris. And then if she wins by a noodle of 1%, maybe enough people around the country decided to vote for her because they heard you go after some bums in the Kennedy family. Is that what this is about? Or is it once in a while you got to learn to keep your mouth shut. And I've always loved you. I've argued with friends that you would be the best mayor ever. Well, not ever, of New York City. You'd be a great mayor. And now, listen.
So wait, Mike, if you know me, have I ever kept my mouth shut?
No, but once in a while, listen, RFK Jr. should have kept his pants closed. This should have been the one time you kept your mouth shut. I've always had I'm serious about this.
But Mike, don't you think people have a right to know now that they've put him on a pedestal because they believe this will guarantee a Trump victory?
Well, how about this? Yeah, how about this? Take him off the pedestal on November 7th. Take him off the pedestal. Find people that he's done things to, and you and your wife are very good at finding people. Find people that he's done stuff to and bring them to court, etc., etc.
Well, but I also praised him too, Mike. Obviously,
no, your praise.
Oh, what happened to Mike? I think he had a coronary arrest. So, ladies and gentlemen, I guess I'm supposed to just be on one team. And if I'm an observer of things that you're entitled to know about, I should keep my mouth shut, according to Mike. Maybe say this after Trump gets elected, right? Meantime, there's poor Frank Morano there crying his eyeballs out, who went out to collect signatures for this guy who guaranteed him he would run on a third-party line, and then went to the highest bidder. Yeah, you all love RFK Jr. because he cast his lot with Trump. I get that. That's probably going to be the margin of victory for Trump. If I were Trump, I'd do the same thing. But let's be real. This guy went to Team Harris first. If their deal was better, he'd have been on the stage with Harris and the coach. I love you, coach. I love you. Oh, we love the Kennedys. Oh, they've been so great. The Kennedys have been propaganda from day one. Profiles in Courage. I remember as a kid reading about, oh, wow, JFK won a Pulitzer Prize for writing while he was in Harvard. Profiles in Courage. And then find out he didn't write not a damn word in that book. His daddy had a professional writer write it and then bribed the Pulitzer Prize committee with money. All part of the myth of the Kennedys and Camelot and all the nonsense that some of you people still want to believe. But Mike can't handle the truth. A lot of you can't handle the truth because the truth is only relevant when it sides up with your point of view. But when it goes against your point of view, you can't handle the truth. You don't want to know the truth. As Mike said, keep your mouth shut. When have I ever kept my mouth shut?
Check this out.
On the weekends, take a journey with the People's Mayor.
Curtis Sliwa is a politician who says don't trust politicians.
It's Another Side of Midnight with Curtis Sliwa.
The iconic, the legendary Curtis Sliwa.
This city doesn't sleep, and neither does Curtis Sliwa on Another Side of Midnight.
Oh, yeah.
Now, to the Bernard McGurk studios of 77 WABC. Here's Curtis Sliwa.
We don't get fooled again. No. I move myself and my family aside. If we happen to be left half alive, I'll get all my papers and smile at the sky. Oh, I know that the hypnotized never lie.
Here we go. 6 weeks have passed since the attempted assassination of President Donald Trump in that cow patch in Butler. And it's interesting, one of the good things about RFK Jr. endorsing Donald Trump is Trump has said that he will work with RFK Jr., put together a committee on assassinations, and finally release full and unredacted documents that could help restore trust in government. There's an estimated 1% of documents related to the case that have not been opened up, and let's face it, we know why, because it relates to the CIA, the criminals in action, who are responsible for JFK getting whacked. No doubt about it. No doubt about it. And then, of course, there is RFK Jr.'s daddy, RFK, Sirhan. It was kind of difficult to believe that, a Palestinian. And all of a sudden, RFK's love for Israel, we get it. Okay. That needs to be fully fleshed out. Some people don't think it was, again, Sirhan on his own. And then I would add to that, I don't know if this is going to be in the equation, Martin Luther King Jr., because we know his assassin. I mean, you talk about convoluted as the story of Lee Harvey Oswald. Same thing there. And how they snatched him up in Europe, in England, and then he broke out of jail. How the hell did he get out of prison? I mean, there's a hell of a lot that needs to be sourced out. And I think a lot of it is that it's going to implicate some of our national security agencies, the FBI, the CIA, without a doubt. So that's a really positive thing. And President Donald Trump indicated that it should even involve the attempted assassination of him, because here we are 6 weeks later. 6 weeks later. And we have been bamboozled every step of the way by the Secret Service, by the FBI. Every step of the way. And I am not going to let up on this, because that song by The Who, We Won't Get Fooled Again. Well, hell, we've been fooled before by government, whether it's Republicans in charge or Democrats. I can go through a whole litany of cases where the government has purposefully lied to us, and their rationale is, all of you out there can't handle the truth. We're protecting you. Government feels they're protecting you because the population can't handle the truth. We'll be the determiners. We'll be the arbiters. We are the sheep herders, and you're just sheep. And see, we're keeping you from going over the side of a mountain. Oh, thank you. Oh, benevolent elected officials. How can we survive without you Democrats and Republicans? Oh, my God. And all of you, you've given up life in corporate America where you could be making millions of dollars to have to go to meetings. And, oh, it's such a tough job. Why the hell did you raise millions of dollars to run for that job? Why, by the time you get out of office, your self-worth has increased tenfold? You weren't millionaires going in, but by the time you get out, like Nancy Pelosi, oh, my God, count the digits. You can't bamboozle me, and you can't bamboozle most of Americans. It's not selfless service. Selfless service is you derive no profit in return for your labors. No profit. You show me an elected official who doesn't end up benefiting by their so-called selfless service, and by the time they leave or they're kicked out, man, look at their portfolios. They're millionaires 10 times over. Enough of that. But let's get into the latest details, because on Monday, the congressional investigative team from Washington will be in Butler County in that cowpatch, beginning to look at every aspect of this. And I'm saying to myself, it took you 6 weeks to come to Butler? Really? 6 weeks? Why? Why not right away? Well, no, I don't know. Don't give me this, you should have been summoned back to Washington. You should have had your ass in Butler County right away. There was Cheadle, who ended up resigning after not answering any questions. She didn't even go there. She didn't talk to anybody that was in charge there purposefully. It's not the lie, it's the cover-up. It always is with government. We accept the fact they're liars. But it's the extent of the cover-up that they take to cover up for the lies. And boy, there are a pack of lies here. And the cover-up continues. But as I will continue to remind people over and over again, having been here that night of the attempted assassination, having taken over for Cousin Brucey that night, we were on air starting at 7, me and Noam Laden, our news director, and we were churning out as much information as we could give you. And I'm going to tell you again, there we were watching a press conference involving all the law enforcement agencies involved in providing security for Trump and the 50,000 MAGA followers that came to that cowpatch on that Saturday. And guess who was missing in action? The Secret Service. And I said, I'll get you, my little pretty. I now know you wouldn't even show up at a press conference. 4 hours later, 10 o'clock, everybody else was there. FBI, state police, Butler County sheriffs, Butler police, but not the Secret Service. And some people are going to say, what do you want, Curtis? They just put on administrative leave 5 of the Secret Service agents who were assigned to the Bureau in Pittsburgh. What does that mean, administrative leave, right? They're getting paid. They should have been fired. And apparently one might have been with the actual squad that protects Donald Trump on a regular basis. Boy, that's really troubling. But there's no transparency here. They're not going to tell us. And they're not even going to tell the House members, Democrats and Republicans, who will be in Butler on Monday. They're not saying anything. And so I knew from that moment, 10 o'clock on, that we were going to be filibustered. Like in times past, they were going to act like, hey, we're the agency, we're in charge. You don't have a need to know or a right to know. We'll let you know when we think it's the appropriate time. And I said to myself right there, F you, Secret Service. You don't even show up at a press conference. You were responsible for the overall security. You don't even send one person. That's an F you to all of us. And it was all downhill after that, and it continues to be all downhill. 3 days later, on this most powerful radio station in the nation, I came on the airwaves and I said, and I'm going to keep repeating it till I get my apologies in triplicate, you will see in the future when we try to find the body of the shooter, Sniper Boy, that in fact the body is now in an urn because it's been cremated, and the family will show you the urn with the ashes. Oh, boy. People were laughing at me. Oh, boy. Well, let's go through that line item by line item first, especially with the historian here at WABC, Bill O'Reilly, who has sold how many books about conspiracy, the killing of Lincoln, the killing of Kennedy, right? He's made millions. And they're good books. I've read them. They're really good, solid books. And to his credit, he always gives credit to his co-author, unlike other so-called authors who are involved in this business of ours, who have ghostwriters write the book and then claim they wrote the book because they pay them a lot of money. Just ask Shapiro. Ben Shapiro, he used to do that for years. He was the ghostwriter for a lot of the books. I'm not going to mention the names, but there are names of people there that you were so gullible you actually believe that they're writing like a book a month, right? Oh, I'm churning out a book a month. How could you have time to write? Oh, I work overnight. I work morning, noon, and night, on this book. Bull feathers. It's written by other people. Maybe Ben Shapiro will reveal who paid him handsomely to be the ghostwriter of their books. I know that's part of the process, but to Bill O'Reilly's credit, he always gives his co-writer credit. He was a history teacher for years. He writes great historical books. Easy to read, too, but you learn a lot. But, boy, he dumped on me just 3 days afterwards with Sid. Remember, Sid had hung up on me when he was in Milwaukee doing the morning show from Milwaukee, from the convention center. And I had already said, don't be surprised if Sniper Boy turns up in an urn in ashes, having been cremated by his family. He didn't just laugh at me. He hung up on me, introduced me to Mr. Click. And then when O'Reilly came on, you would have thought that I was on Hiawatha, Wasaka, whatever the hell Aaron Rodgers is tripping on his LSD. Yeah, he didn't play. He ain't going to play this weekend, right? Not at all. They just regular season games, four plays in. He'll probably pull his other Achilles tendon, right? I mean, God. But he loves LSD, and there are a lot of good uses for LSD. I would be the first to acknowledge that. But I don't think O'Reilly meant me taking LSD in a positive way.
I have one question for you before we begin.
Sure.
All right. Does Sliwa consume LSD before sits on with you in the morning?
And Sid, to his credit, though, has come back. He goes, each and every day, more and more it seems like you're right and all of the naysayers are wrong. And I pinpointed all the jackals and hyenas here, not just here, but in our industry. Oh, my God. The criticism that I got. You know, Sliwa's lost it. He's drowning in the quicksand of conspiratorial talk and thought, which is something I normally am not involved in. I don't have a problem with conspiratorial talk, but this was so glaringly obvious. And yet my own brothers and sisters in solidarity here at WABC.
No.
All right. They keep laughing. Not one of them has apologized to me, except for James Flippin, who was probably the most jaundiced and suspect of everybody here, who actually cross-examined me on the Rip and Read 12 and said he didn't believe my crap. Well, it seems I'm more right than wrong, right? And all those other defenders of the Secret Service and the FBI and the CIA criminals in action, they seem to be retreating from their massive support of what outstanding agencies these are. Really? I never believed it before. And I'm more certain now than ever before because of what transpired in Butler. Peter King is an example. Great guy. Nobody would challenge his patriotism and his service to country. But when it comes to law enforcement and public safety, he never knows or won't accept that some of those guys and gals have shade on their face. Never. To Peter King, they're all deserving to be put on statues. And if they've done some untowardry things,
to me, it's dangerous to go with those theories unless there's something to back it up. There is a report, and again, this is what I really miss about not being in Congress, because I would pretty much know that if I were down there, being on the Intelligence Committee, being on the Homeland Security Committee. You're tied into all those things. Why Iran isn't acting? Are they planning something bigger than ever? Have we done something else to them? Maybe we're holding a threat over them, or maybe there was some backroom deal, which that was carried out though. There's certain things you don't do, and you don't give up your own people. You don't give up assets of your own people. Because if that is just a very practical reason, if that's done just once, you're going to have a very, very hard time ever recruiting people again in the future. So that's, again, Curtis loves to go off on these things. Who knows? He could end up being right, but I wouldn't want to speculate on that.
Oh, we're talking about that the next hour. As Hezbollah launched missiles at Israel, a total of about 320. They claim they hit 11 military sites. But wow, Israel launched preemptive strikes ahead of their strikes, almost like it was choreographed. Remember the last time that happened? Back on April, 13th, around then. Remember all those drones we watched that the Iranians were launching, and only one, landed? Yeah, sure. Now we'll deal with that the next hour. And then, of course, there was Sid on Friday, and this was the topper. Somebody who had been involved with the FBI texted Sid while we were having a conversation and said, well, the rules are that if the family wants the body returned, in this case of Sniper Boy, you must return the body. And I had such a belly laugh. I don't think I've ever laughed harder in my life.
My friend Curtis Lewa, he is that guy. Dedicated his life. So when he goes out there and he makes an honest mistake about where a tent city may or may not pop up, so what? He's been right 95% of the time.
That ain't it. No, that's the wrong one. That's the wrong one. It involves laughing. Can you see on your document there, laughing by me this time? See, you had no problem, Tony, playing the laugh track of everybody here at WABC laughing at me after 72 hours when I said Sniper Boy's ashes will end up in a urn.
My friend Curtis Lewa, he is that guy. You know? Dedicated his life. So when he goes out there and he makes an honest mistake about where
No, that ain't it. That ain't it. You got it all wrong there. See, they probably eliminated it. They don't want me correcting misinformation or making fun of the FBI. They don't want me doing that. I get it. I get it. Everybody's backpedaling now. Our number is 1-800-848-9222. That's 1-800-848-WABC. When we come back, more information that's coming out of Butler. It's sort of like, almost like Chinese water torture. Drop by drop by drop every other day. More information about what look like a clear cover-up. Not malfeasance, incompetence, ineptness. Some folks out there would love us to believe that the new acronym for the FBI is forever being incompetent, forever being inept. This wasn't incompetence. This wasn't being inept. This was a plan to have Donald Trump walk out on that stage. And remember, if he had not turned his head ever so slightly, he would have been dead that first shot. Oh, he's not a marksman. No, he's not a marksman. Really? Let me hit you with some new information that has just emerged. You know, they planted that information that the shooter couldn't even make his rifle team at high school. He went one time for a tryout. Shot a gun, it rebounded off the wall, and they said, never come here again. You are the worst shooter that has ever tried out for the team. I remember even repeating that nonsense. Now it turns out that the Trump assassin, Thomas Crooks, trained at the same gun range used by the Department of Homeland Security. Did you hear that, ladies and gentlemen? That Thomas Crooks, or as I call him, Sniper Boy, trained regularly at the same gun range used by the Department of Homeland Security. And yet we were told initially, he showed up one time for his high school rifle team. He picked up the rifle, he took one shot, and went all the way across the room. People were ducking for cover. They said, never come back here. No, you're the worst shot that's ever existed in the history of our high school. Remember that, ladies and gentlemen? I repeated that nonsense. That was the nonsense that we were fed. We were fed that information. Now it turns out he was a very good shot. In fact, his preferred gun range the day before was the Department of Homeland Security training range. How did he get access to that training range? Is it okay for me to ask that question? Does that make me a conspiratorialist? Why would he have access the day before to the Department of Homeland Security training range? A lot of questions keep emerging. But Curtis was wrong. Curtis, how could you sully the reputation of the Secret Service that covered up for JFK and RFK for all those years when they were swimming with underage girls in the White House swimming pool? Yeah. Or Bill Clinton on all those times he'd be going out at 3 o'clock in the morning chasing trim, because he had a Big Mac attack? No. Come on, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get real here. You can't handle the truth. That's the problem, as Jack Nicholson told Tom Cruise in the movie, An Officer and a Gentleman. You can't handle the truth.
It's Another Side of Midnight, 77 WABC. It's Another Side of Midnight, 77 WABC.
Well, I came home like a stone, and I fell heavy into your arms. These days of dark, which we've known, will blow away with this new sun. But I'll kneel down, wait for now. And I'll kneel down, know my ground. And I will wait for you.
You'll wait, huh? Some of you are patient. You'll wait for the Secret Service and the FBI to complete their investigation, which 5 years from now will inquire. They'll say, well, it's still an active and open investigation. Sure. Ladies and gentlemen, we were fed propaganda. We were told that this shooter, this sniper boy, had tried out for his rifle team at his high school. You remember it? I repeated the same nonsense because it is nonsense. And we were told, no fear, could have been him. Bad shot, right? This guy couldn't hit the side of a barn. Bethel Park High School, remember? Turns out that didn't even happen. You understand that, ladies and gentlemen? He never tried out for his rifle team. That was all made up. So convenient, right? That story led, and every network reported on it. I repeated it over and over. And I feel like a real fool. That's why now I am very jaundiced. Whenever I read a story, I say, let's see, is this a government spin? Or is this really good reporting? But too many agencies, too many outlets were reporting that story. Again, that sniper boy tried out for his rifle team in Bethel Park High School. And after just one day, picked up the rifle, shot it. The bullet actually went completely across from lane 7 to lane 1, and they felt he was a danger to everybody there. They said, get the hell out of here. You are the worst shot that we've ever had try out for this team. Remember that story, Tony? Remember that? Right. It never happened. It never happened. So the reality is that Sniper Boy was regularly training with that same AR-15 at the same training site that the Department of Homeland Security uses, the Clarendon Sportsman's Club in Pennsylvania. It's also the Department of Homeland Security's police training range. And he was shooting from 200 yards out, more than enough for the 150-yard shot that he would take 8 of them. In fact, the Clarendon Sportsman's Club logbook from May 22nd and 23rd shows that Crooks and the Department of Homeland Security both trained at that Pennsylvania range at the same time. Are you a little curious about that, ladies and gentlemen? How did that happen? And apparently he was a frequent visitor to the range, stopping by for practice dozens of times since he joined in August of 2023. Dozens of times. Oh. 43 visits. The sniper boy spent 80% of his time at the club's rifle range. An average of 6 visits every month. Never brought a guest with him. And visited on Halloween, Christmas, and even Valentine's Day. Because he realized that there would be so few shooters there. His final visit was on July 12th at 2:45 p.m., the day before he unloaded on Trump. The same day that the FBI picked up a Pakistani who had been sent to Brooklyn by the Ayatollahs in Iran after they had issued a fatwa on Trump to recruit a hit team to take out Trump. Isn't that interesting? The day before, as he was prepared to fly back to Iran. Well, the plot thickens. And it appears we have found that missing in action cut that was parked away so that nobody could play it. This occurred this past Friday. As I appeared with Sid Rosenberg, as I do every Monday through Friday at 7:20, it's Appointment Radio. It's now the highest-rated segment on the Sid Rosenberg Show, and rightfully so, because I provide fresh material. A lot of his other guests, it's refried beans, man. It's like they've given away the prime cuts already, and then they show up with chopped meat, and they try to tell you it's sirloin steak, right? I can tell it ain't sirloin steak. I can tell they had it on all their other sites days before Sid, and they make it seem like, oh, Sid, we're giving you some really good stuff. You're giving him ugats, bupkis.
I just got a text. Because you've been brilliant so far. I got about 3 minutes left. I can't tell you who it's from. But this person said, Curtis is way off base again about the FBI. The family, not the FBI, the family decides what to do with the bodies. So, what? So the kid's father wanted the body. He's such an idiot. God.
What an idiot. By the way.
What? The kid's father wanted the body cremated.
Yeah, sure. And by the way, Lee Harvey Oswald, they buried him. Okay, let's move on. Yeah. That's the spin from the FBI. Oh, they have no choice. They have no choice. When the family requested the body, they had to take it from the coroner's office. By the way, the coroner never knew the body had been removed. How did they get access to the body? Did they pick the lock like the Secret Service picked the lock of the nail salon when they were assigned at Kamala Harris's first fundraiser? You know, all those people wouldn't donate until, Joe Biden was out. And her first fundraiser was at an arena in the Berkshires in Massachusetts. And the salon across the way decided to close because they wouldn't get any activity. And the Secret Service picked the lock so that they could go in and out to use the bathroom. Kamala Harris's team wouldn't even let them use the bathroom in the arena. They picked a lock. It's on video. The Secret Service putting tape over the camera. Our government. And you all want to believe them. Oh, ineptness, incompetence. Yeah. Let's see, you pick a lock. Ineptness? No. You cover over a camera with tape, masking tape. Is that incompetence? No. That means you thought that nobody would know that you picked the lock, Secret Service, to use the bathroom. Because Team Kamala Harris wouldn't let you use the freaking bathroom. Why didn't you just tell Team Harris, if we don't use the bathroom, we don't stay? Watch how quickly they would have had, all right, everybody out of the bathroom. Secret Service is using the bathroom. Nobody goes in there until they're through. Such specious nonsense. All lies. And again, it's not the lies now. It's the cover-up. The cover-up. 1-800-848-9222.
It's Another Side of Midnight. 77 WABC. Oofa! It's Another Side of Midnight. Now, to the Bernard McGurk studios of 77 WABC. Here's Curtis Lewa.
Nirvana, Kurt Cobain. They want us to believe that Kurt Cobain took that sawed-off shotgun, put it underneath his chin, and blew himself into the hereafter. That's what they want us to believe. I'm sure some of you do. You know, grunge rock, the whole 9 yards. But does anybody really believe that? I mean, the prevailing rumor is that his wife at the time, a real screwball, may have actually pulled the trigger. Will we ever know that? But the song that probably is best known is the one that I just played, which is Teen Spirit. We got more information. More information as it drips out. And by the way, when I play that from Nirvana, Kurt Cobain, what will now follow, probably 1 or 2 suicides. And they'll just paper that over. Hey, the agent was having domestic issues. You know, he had a serious drinking problem. You know, we don't discuss personnel or personal situations of our agents. Watch. Over time, I would predict about 1 or 2 suicides. This has been par for the course. This always happens after these kind of situations. Suicide. And then they'll say, well, you know, based on the national statistics of the number of suicides that take place every day, why are you making such a big issue of it? Because it always eventually happens. And you better believe that I'm going to be looking out for that. As they swap Secret Service agents in and out, they've just announced that they want to transfer some of Joe Biden's Secret Service agents because he won't be traveling as much in the final months of his presidency to Team Trump. If I were Team Trump, I would say, no thank you. No, thank you. And then finally, Radios were left for the Secret Service, partners of all the other public safety agencies, a day before July 13th, so that everybody could be communicating on the same frequency. Guess who never picked up those radios? That's right, the Secret Service. But we're going to chalk this up to incompetency, ineptness, malfeasance, Let's see, they didn't have the meeting that they were hosting the morning of the actual MAGA rally for Trump, July 13th, 6 weeks ago. The day before that, the Butler County Sheriff's Department brought the radios that would be used by everybody to keep everybody on the same frequency, and the Secret Service didn't even pick them up. Even though they had been told, hey, the radios are here, they didn't pick them up the day before. They didn't pick them up the day of the rally. Why did they ignore the telephone calls asking them, hey, how come you guys aren't picking up these radios that'll keep us all communicating together? Think about that. Let's go to Sal in Brooklyn. Your turn to be heard here at WABC, Sal.
Admiring some, respecting few. You're one of them I respect, Curtis. The living legend, everyone. I will tell you, he descended into the bowels of the subway system for over 50 years, if I'm correct. And he is descending into the bowels of what's going on in the government and beyond. Thank you, Curtis.
Thank you, Sal. Boy, that was quick. That was really, that's a tribute, Sal, but go ahead.
Well, it's a tribute, but it's also the truth. And I'm not the kind of guy to randomly throw out those kind of attributes. So
that's true. I got to tell you, all the years you've called, you never have even hinted at that.
Yeah, Curtis, I appreciate it, and you take it to the streets, and you take it farther than that. So you're the man, Curtis, as they say. So, Curtis, I did a little, if I may, research myself, and I can't believe I'm going to do this, but I have to concur with something that Kamala Harris said about Joe Biden, and I'm going to play a quick clip, won't take long, and I'm going to back it up with some corroborating evidence, if I may.
Absolutely, Counselor. Make your case.
All right, Curtis. So here is something Kamala Harris, within the past year, I believe, or maybe less, said about President Joe Biden.
I've been in the Oval Office where heads of various countries, allies, have called literally to ask Joe Biden for his advice. I spent a lot of time with Joe Biden.
Did you hear that, Curtis?
Oh, very crystal clear. Excellent cut.
Thank you. She said that she has been with Joe Biden when heads of countries and those type of people have got in touch with him for his advice. And I have uncovered some transcripts with my research, and I have 3 cuts. I'm going to read them because I don't have the audio, but here's what they are. This one is from the president of Ireland, I believe. Top of the morning, Joe. When you shake hands with people who aren't there, should you still use Purell? And that is from Michael Higgins, the head of Ireland there.
What the hell is he, a stand-up comic?
I don't know, Curtis, but apparently he needed Joe's advice on that, and I got to hold it out. And here we go, Curtis, further on. Good day. Hello, Joe. Which laxative works best with tea? And that is from Queen Elizabeth herself at 94 years old, Curtis.
Whoa. Whoa.
And here's another one. I'm going to read this. Hello, Joe. Reading off a transcript of their conversation. Hello, Joe. since I'm having the same problem with my 90-year-old uncle, how did Jill get you to stop mistaking the fish tank for the toilet bowl? So, Curtis, there you have it. You heard the clip I played, and I have evidence that dignitaries, leaders of other countries actually do call Joe Biden, or did call, for his advice before he got, how shall we say, in some street vernacular, kicked to the curb, so to speak.
Absolutely. That was brilliant. That was brilliant, Sal. You're spot on. Let's go, if we can, to Russ in White Plains. Your turn to be heard here at WABC, Russ.
To the contrary with Sal, Biden hates Harris. He was setting her up for 3.5 years because he knew she was coming for him. But what I want to ask you, Curtis, is do you think Democrats are going to lie about Bob Kennedy? Because I think they're trying to make it sound like Bob Kennedy is going to the highest bidder when it's been Democrats spreading the stories about the brain worm, the baby bear. It was offered to him 6 weeks ago. And then right before he comes and gives a speech for Trump, the Democrats say, oh, yeah, he came to us. Democrats lie. They lie all the time. And, one thing, Curtis, I'm not going to be a bootlicker with you, I'm going to give you some dime store psychology. I think you're upset with Bob Kennedy because of the East River Swim Challenge. You back down. I admire you because you're a Saul Alinsky Republican. And I do want to ask you about Crooks. Is it true that the shots exited Crooks' mouth through his mouth with his teeth bent out? And have you seen the sharpshooter photo, which looks like from the roof, the Homeland Security guy or the Secret Service was looking over his gun as the gun fired? That was a photo I haven't seen since then. So the two questions are, did the shot exit Crooks' mouth? And have you seen that sharpshooter photo where the gun looks like it's going
Russ, these are all valid questions. Very good questions. We won't know because there's only one autopsy report, and the Butler County coroner, of which I didn't even think there was one in Butler County. I figure this is like Green Acres, Fred Ziffel, he's the coroner, right? He does the autopsy. And then when he is asked, can you release the autopsy, he goes, Pennsylvania law, Pennsylvania Commonwealth law does not permit me to do that. When Josh Shapiro, the governor, in his executive office was asked, why not sign an executive order and release it? No response. And then the coroner, again, didn't even know there was a coroner in Butler County, and why would they let a coroner in Butler County perform this? I mean, see, what I was hoping for is they do their coroner with the feds or with the state police, and then the congressional investigation or the Senate investigation could contract Michael Baden to come in, although he's 90, he's considered the best in the field. And I remember when he was the coroner for the city of New York, Ed Koch was trying to get him to steer some reports in a certain direction so as to not throw gasoline on the fire of racial problems. And Michael Baden said, I'm a doctor. The facts will lead me to what my report is, not you goosing me. Also, Morgenthau, who is the DA, likewise was trying to goose him in certain directions, and he left. He's the most esteemed coroner in the world now. When Jeffrey Epstein's brother wanted a second autopsy, he went to Michael Baden, who said 3 breaks in the neck indicate that he did not commit suicide. He was murdered. And Attorney General Barr at that time, Attorney General in the Trump administration, said, well, what do you mean? Like he didn't know. Of course they know. Of course they know. Because they protect their own. And how many of them had been in the company of Jeffrey Epstein on the Lolita Express, leaving Teterboro Airport, next stop, pedophile island right off of the Virgin Islands. How many of them went there? Gee, what were they going there for? The View? Get real, ladies and gentlemen. They were going there for underage girls because they all knew about it.
Talk Radio 77 WABC.
Padre, Filio, Spiritus Sanctum. Hey, join the Sleewood team at the Tunnel to Tower Walk and Run on September 29th. This way it helps us beat our colleagues. Dominic Carter won last time. Go to WABCRadio.com/walk. Click on my picture with Nancy. I hope her picture is there, or it's going to cause me double trouble at home. And every dollar helps. Meantime, up next, here we go, round 2. Hezbollah supposedly fired 300 Katyusha rockets into northern Israel. But Israel preemptively fired on Hezbollah. And it sort of reminds me of what happened back in April 15th when Iran, after threatening Israel, who had attacked a Syrian embassy, in which high-ranking generalissimos of Hezbollah were there meeting with locals, and killed them, that there would be immediate retaliation, and we watched 300 drones take forever to leave Iran and then supposedly hit their targets in Israel, and American rockets and Saudi rockets and Jordanian rockets and Israeli rockets took them out, only one landed. Is this another choreographed supposed retaliation? Up next.
Check this out. On the weekend, take a journey with the People's Mayor.
Curtis Lewa is a politician who says don't trust politicians.
It's Another Side of Midnight with Curtis Lewa.
The iconic, the legendary Curtis Lewa.
This city doesn't sleep, and neither does Curtis Lewa on Another Side of Midnight.
Oh, yeah.
Now, to the Bernard McGurk studios of 77 WABC. Here's Curtis Lewa.
Now I've been happy lately, thinking about the good things to come, and I believe it could be something good has begun. Oh, I've been smiling lately, dreaming about the world at one, and I believe it could be someday it's going to come. 'Cause out on the edge of darkness there rides a peace train. Oh, peace train, take this country, come take me home again. Now I've been smiling lately, thinking about the good things to come, and I believe it could be something good has begun. Oh, peace train sounding louder, ride on the peace train. Ooh, ooh. Come on, the peace train. It's peace train, holy roller. Everyone jump up on the peace train. Ooh, ooh. Come on, the peace train. Get your bags together. Go bring your good friends too.
Oh, Cat Stevens, Peace Train, then it became Yusef Salam, and decided to side with the Ayatollah Khomeini in the issuance of a fatwa for the head of Salman Rushdie, author of Satanic Verses. Imagine, this guy singing about a peace train 1 minute, then becomes a radicalized Shia, a follower of the Ayatollah Khomeini, and Cat Stevens becomes Yusef Islam. Now he's half and half, mezza poco poco. He's created his name Yusef Stevens. So he's still half radicalized as a Shia following the Ayatollah. but still part of the peace train. I guess he needs the money. That's why he's touring now as Yusef Stevens. But at one point, he was so radicalized, he was on the International Terror Watch list. So they wouldn't even let him fly. Thought he might be packing bombs. I mean, he was so effusive in praise of the Ayatollah. But it just shows you all the changing times that happen and how in this particular series of battles that have taken place in the Persian Gulf and the Middle East between Israel and Iran surrogates, Hamas in the Gaza, Hezbollah in Lebanon, Houthis, let's not forget them in Yemen, and what many people don't talk about, the Hamas that exists in the West Bank. Yeah, they exist there. So that's really 4 places that Israel has to deal with these Iranian surrogates. And it is interesting because I have gone on record as saying, don't believe the hype. Don't believe the hype. Because that's all we keep getting over and over again is more and more hype. And I make reference to what had happened back on April 15th. Now, I know that seems like a lifetime ago. But on April 1st, the Israeli Defense Forces, their Air Force, had rocketed the Syrian mission in Lebanon and had killed a number of Hezbollah generalissimos who were there plotting with the Hezbollah locals about attacks against Israel. And remember, they raised their mighty sword and they said there will be revenge, we won't take this. And 13 days later, remember, we saw the greatest armada ever assembled in the air, 300 drones, taking their sweet-ass time being flown from Iran. We watched it on live TV, and I was like, when the hell are they going to get to Israel? Remember how they flew through the Straits of Hormuz over Iraq, taking their sweet time to get to Israel. And along the way, ironically, surprise, 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 as Coleman Pyle would say, all of them except one got shot down through a combined efforts of our fair-weather friends, the Saudis and the Jordanians, the Israeli Defense Forces, and the United States. So out of 300 drones that took like 5 hours to get from Iran to Israel, collectively we were able to shoot down 299. Only one landed in the Negev desert, did no damage, I think maybe to a 7-year-old girl, if I remember correctly, of a Bedouin tribe who moved from place to place. And we all said, wow, that's like Wag the Dog, right? I mean, that's right out of the movie Wag the Dog. Yeah, we're going to get you. We're going to get you. Meantime, but this is what we're doing to get you. Because we really don't want this to accelerate. We don't trust Bibi. This guy is a crazy Jew who will drop an atomic weapon on us, too. I truly believe the Ayatollahs believe that Bibi is a crazy Jew who would take one of the 80, what we believe are 80 nuclear weapons stored in that chocolate factory in the Negev desert that I passed on my way to a lot near the Red Sea, where you had Aqaba on one side, Jordan, where I saw Tony Blair, and to the right-hand side, Sharm el-Sheikh, which is where Mubarak was under house arrest in Egypt. And in the distance, you can actually see the tip of Saudi Arabia. Remember, this is the area that supposedly Charlton Heston had led the Jews out of Egypt. And remember, it was Marlon Brando who got drowned with all of his Egyptian soldiers following his chariot. You remember that scene, right? I don't know if that happened or didn't happen. Whatever the hell. It sounds better if it happened. Okay, finally the Jews, after being lost 40 years in the desert, were finding their way to the Promised Land. Okay, that's good. I don't know if I necessarily buy it. You know, Old Testament, New Testament, let's just say it's at times very creative. Very creative. It's almost like movie-esque. It's almost like theater of the mind. In fact, much of it is. And they'll tell you, but it's there to teach you a point. It's like Aesop's fable. It's there to teach you a point. The pernt. Well, let's get down to the latest, because I had said in the last attack, remember, in which Israel had planted a bomb in the visiting quarters for the dictators and terrorists from around the world visiting the Ayatollah. You had the Ayatollah's residence, and then next door were the visitors, actually, I guess you could call them rooms, buildings, whatever. Hania, number 2 guy in Hamas, was staying there, and then all of a sudden, boom, puff goes the magic dragon. He was there with his Gulmada. I know it wasn't mentioned, but his Gulmada was there. His guard was there. I don't know if his guard was watching at the time. You know, the freaks come out at night, especially if you pretend to be an observant Muslim and then under the cover of darkness, hey, maybe it was a trifecta, a troika, a trinity, a menage a trois. Let's just say they got fired up by that bomb that was triggered off probably by an Iranian who's working for Mossad. And if you remember at that time, they were screaming and hollering 25 days ago, we're going to get you. We're not going to let this one fly under the radar screen. And every day we see on TV, any moment retaliation, any moment. Oh, my God, this could be World War III, the end of the world, rapture, pass the ammunition plates. It's apocalypse now. And remember, I said on this radio, ain't nothing going to happen. Ain't nothing going to... Oh, absolutely! Curtis, you're getting conspiratorial. I said, no, nothing going to happen. I said, I spotted in the Jerusalem Post, like other people did, that Tony Blinken, our Secretary of State, originally from Yonkers, went to Horace Mann High School, was in the State Department for Barack Obama and became Secretary of State for Joe Biden. That he sent a backdoor group, just like Ronald Reagan did to the Iranians during Iran-Contra, during the 8-year war of attrition between Saddam Hussein, our ally, by the way, then, and the Ayatollahs, our enemy, in which we lied then. In the Reagan years, no, we didn't send a delegation. Absolutely not. It was proven later that it was McFarlane, former National Security Director, who came with a Bible in his hand, and in the Bible was a message from Ronald Reagan to the Ayatollah. We got 2 missiles from Adnan Khashoggi, the Saudi Arabian arms dealer, biggest in the world, oftentimes featured with Robin Leach, Lifetimes of the Rich and Famous, that decadent, debaucherous SOB. But, he was an observant Muslim. Sure he was. Sure he was. By the way, the guy had a predilection to suck toes. But then again, when you have that kind of money, hey, you can get every toe sucked on each of your feet every day, infinitum, by an assortment of concubines that were always at the ready. He was a freak! But Robin Leach would never tell you that. No, he's my friend, Adnan Khashoggi, the world's largest arms dealer. If you have an insurrection, if you have a civil war, he'll be more than happy to sell weapons of death and destruction to you, courtesy of the CIA, Criminals in Action of the United States. Yeah, it only gets traced back to us. And they were correct. But the reason I mention all of that is Anthony Blinken, just like the Reagan administration back then, said 1,000 times no. We would never back channel with the Iranians. When we deal with Iran, it is through Switzerland, a neutral country. Sure you do. And just like during Iran-Contra, we sent a delegation. Back then, it was with Irish passports. Now, I don't know the method of which they arrived, but apparently they boarded a flight in Ankara, Turkey, and flew directly to Tehran, where they came in and they basically said, hey, Ayatollah, I hear you want 10 Mossad agents that are operating in Iran who are your own people, who have become ultraditors, who for 30 shekels are really causing you all kinds of chaos. But in return for these 10 men who are agents for the Mossad, who are Iranians themselves, we want to guarantee that you're not going to hit the little Satan as you keep promising. 25 days later, right? Nothing happened. And then hours ago, as if choreographed again by Cecil B. DeMille, we heard the news reports that Israel launched a preemptive strike because they could tell that Hezbollah was preparing a missile and rocket attack. So they sent 100 jets. And they claim that they knocked out dozens of rocket launchers in Lebanon, controlled by Hezbollah. Now, Hezbollah, on the other hand, said that they sent, notice this number is always consistent, 300 missiles into northern Israel. They claim they hit 11 military sites. No casualties have been reported as of yet. I'm sure there are casualties on both sides. But how the hell did the Israelis launch a preemptive strike? And how the hell does Hezbollah launch just 300 missiles and not continue the barrage and an all-out assault on Israel? I mean, that would be true revenge, right? And then they called it off after 300 and said, that's it, it's over. Just like they did the first time, the Iranians, on April 15th. Remember that, ladies and gentlemen? It's almost like a Xerox copy. Except now you have the surrogates doing it, Hezbollah, as opposed to the Iranians themselves. I mean, come on. And yet I was taken to task, as you know, Tony, when I said that there would be no retaliation by the Iranians because a backdoor deal had been made with the United States State Department sending in a secret delegation, probably again with Irish passports, in which they gave up the 10 names of Iranians who were working with Mossad in Iran, and they've probably been hung with piano wire, the way Hitler would hang his enemies or perceived enemies, and he would get sexually gratified by watching the video play over and over and over. What a freak! See, the freaks come out at night, ladies and gentlemen. That famous song, The Freaks Come Out at Night. No, it's okay, Tony. I always hated that song, please. Oh, it makes me nauseous. I just want to get everybody up to speed here about the Iranians, Israel, our so-called fair weather friends, the Saudis, the Jordanians. Of course, Bashir Assad, remember it was the New York Times that said, we can do business with Bashir Assad because his wife is Western. Just like the king of Jordan previously, his wife was Western. Yeah, he supported Saddam Hussein when he was dropping Scud missiles on Israel. Barbara Walters, when she was alive and well, said, oh, I know Bashir Assad, the son of the butcher of Damascus in Syria. Oh, we can do business with him. He's Western. Yeah, sure he is. Can't believe any of these people. Really, ladies and gentlemen. Now, Hezbollah has said this is just the first round of many rounds to come. I've never known them to begin a barrage and then end a barrage. Normally what's happened before, both sides start barraging one another, and then one side or the other, they get the troops ready, and then the Israeli Defense Forces go in with the tanks, and they really get it on. They've done that twice now in the southern border of Lebanon. If you remember, there was the prime minister, the Labor prime minister. His name escapes me. Who am I talking about, ladies and gentlemen? 1-800-848-9222. See, this is to see if everybody out there is awake, alive, and is prepared to answer, because I'm taking you to the break of dawn. 1-800-848-9222. 1-800-848-WABC. Who was the prime minister at that time? Of Labor, who had previously been a member of a Mossad hit team who would dress as a woman and apparently liked the feel of a nice silk dress. When he would be dropped into these areas, pretend to be a woman, and kill PLO agents of then Yasser Arafat. Who am I talking about? Also a very dear friend with so many other world leaders of, yes, the aforementioned Jeffrey Epstein, who could procure a pedophile, who could procure an underage girl at a moment's notice. Would you like to look at my portfolio here? Who am I talking about? Don't tell me none of you know. 1-800-848-9222. That's 1-800-848-WABC. So that every time I go to Atlantic Avenue, which is the largest Syrian-American community in the Northeast, stretching right into Bay Ridge along Fifth Avenue, the Christian Maronite Syrians curse me because I've supported the state of Israel. And they say, you know, we were part of that buffer zone, that 10-mile DMZ that separated Lebanon in its south with Israel in its north. And then overnight, the Prime Minister of Israel pulled the IDF back, that 10-mile DMZ, and then we were left to be slaughtered by Hezbollah. Oh, man, are they pissed? And rightfully so. Was no need to do that. Why? There was no need for General Ariel Sharon to surrender the Gaza. No need. He did, and what did they do? They immediately took all those nurseries. I'm not speaking of children, but nurseries growing all the vegetables that the Israelis had perfected, and they burnt them to the ground. Oh, yeah. Class act, Hamas there. Yeah, I guess they don't have a green thumb. What? Oh, man. What a hot mess. Not one person out there knows who I'm talking to. You see, this, Tony, is a litmus test. How many out there are Zionists, right down to the marrow of your bone, followers of Jabotinsky? Oh, yeah. The first Prime Minister, Ben-Gurion, who declared independence, 47, 48? And unexpectedly, Harry Truman, who had always been an anti-Semite in Kansas City, oh, boy, did he have words about Jews. I don't want to repeat them now because he did the right thing. He recognized the state of Israel. And then all of a sudden, all hell broke loose. You don't even know who I'm talking about. The man would dress up as a woman and said in his own memoirs that right before he would do the hit of the PLO agents in areas throughout the Middle East and the Persian Gulf, he just loved the feel of that silk dress on his hairy legs. Now, I would have thought for sure the hairy legs would have sort of signaled to the enemy that this guy is a Mossad hitman dressed as a woman. But who knows? That was probably a turn-on in that part of the world for guys. A woman with hairy legs, if they were even permitted to show their legs. Our number's 1-800-848-9222. So this is the lead story. And again, the retaliatory strikes against Israel, Hezbollah has said, has been successful, and we're stopping it for the day. I've never known them to stop at all. Just like back on April 15th when the Ayatollahs indicated, oh, it was a successful attack against Israel with our 300 drones. We're going to stop for the day. And they never did anything else. And by the way, what did they show their people on state-controlled Iranian TV? It was a forest fire in France. And they tried to superimpose all the information in, what was that? Fardu. Fafalafaka. No. That's Snoopy. No. That's Soupy Sales, right? No. What am I talking about? Urdu. No, that's Pakistani. What am I talking about? What they talk about in Persia. And it's not Fafalafaka of Soupy Sales Day. Boy, I'm trying to elicit people to get up and show me that you haven't gone to sleep on me, because if you have, I know who you are. You're probably wondering, through osmosis, I can tell who's gone to sleep on me. And remember, I never forgive, I never forget. I will exact my revenge. Just think. I want you to think of that great R&B singer from Tennessee, a guy named Al Green. He was laid up in a bed, and then all of a sudden he woke up in a cold sweat because his lady friend was throwing a pail of hot grits on his three-piece set because he was a cheater. He never sang R&B again after that. His voice was just too high, too much of a falsetto, too much of a soprano. Can you imagine, guys, waking up in a cold sweat? Not like Eric Adams, swagger man with no plan, who said, 30 years ago, I woke up in a cold sweat and God told me I would be mayor. Yeah, sure he did. It's one of the 5 signs of schizophrenia. But that did happen to Al Green. He had won Grammy Awards. When his old lady saw that he had been cheating, she plotted revenge. Oh, my God. 4 o'clock in the morning. He was out like a light. He was thinking of all those women he had been chasing for days down in Biloxi, Mississippi, where he was singing and entertaining at one of their casinos. You know, the Kenny Stabler used to go to, the Snake from the Oakland Raiders. And upon returning to his home in Tennessee, I believe it was outside of Memphis or Nashville, I'm not quite sure, Memphis, he woke up in a cold sweat and realized that his three-piece set had been decimated by hot grits. What a waste of grits, right? I love grits, man. Go to the Waffle House, man. I got to have my eggs. I got to have my toast. I got to have my grits. And I got to have that refillable cup of watered-down coffee where the waiter or waitress has no teeth, the cooks have no teeth, they're all wearing stained aprons that they've never changed in 20 years. But, oh, I love Waffle House because it reminds me of what happened to Al Green. And it's locked in the deep septums of my mind that, Sliwa, your days of gallivanting around are over. Because if I smell hot grits on the stove and I'm sleeping, it's lights out. Man, it's capon time. It's gelding time. It's steer time. There go your three-piece set.
It's Another Side of Midnight. 77 WABC.
Talk Radio 77 WABC.
What are Persians known for? Carpets. I remember talking to a Persian one time. He's like part Farsi, part English. He said, hey, I understand you guys make good carpets. He said, oh, you think that's all? We do make carpets? Huh? The battle of the numbers continue this morning. Hezbollah claims they fired 320 Katyusha rockets into northern Israel. Israel goes, you lie, it was only 200. But we launched a preemptive strike on you because we had this feeling you were going to hit us and we were going to hit you before you hit us. So we sent 100 screaming jets in, dropping their payload. Boy, this sounds like it was choreographed to me like Dino De Laurentiis round 2 like it was back on April 15th. How the hell did they know that Hezbollah was going to strike? They never knew that before, but all of a sudden, what, through osmosis? What was it? Bibi was taking a smoke on a cigarette, taking a break, and he said, I see a drone in the distance, and it's coming from Lebanon, the southern border. It's coming from Nasrallah, the Chuck E. Cheese of Hezbollah. Anyway, let's go to Peter in Staten Island. Your turn to be heard here at WABC, Pete.
Hi, Curtis. Yeah, I think it was Prime Minister Barack that dressed as a woman and surprise attack. It was great.
Excellent. You are absolutely correct. The Labour Prime Minister at that time, Ehud Barak, but nowadays best known as best friends of Jeffrey Epstein. What do you think he was doing with Jeffrey Epstein on Pedophile Island, Peter?
I have no idea. But there were a lot of other people, and in time it will come out like everything.
No. We ain't waiting for no time. Yeah, right. 50 years from now, well, maybe, possibly, could be. But he's correct, Ehud Barak. How dumb was that, giving back that 10 miles, right? Well, every time the Israelis give back any territory, they get screwed. They gave back Gaza, they got screwed. They gave back the 10-mile DMZ. To Lebanon, and who's the government in Lebanon now? It's Hezbollah. Nasrallah. I mean, oh my God, did you see that guy? He looks like Chuck E. Cheese. Like Jabba the Hutt. So we're supposed to believe that this is all, legit. What is that? Israel strikes Hezbollah because they sense a strike is coming. They take out all these rocket launchers of the Katyusha rockets. But obviously Hezbollah has thousands of rockets provided by the Ayatollahs, the Iranians. Then they fire. They claim 320. The Israelis say 200. Is anybody hurt? Is there any damage? How come we haven't seen anything? And I understand you're not going to see it on the Iranian side, but what about the Israeli side, huh? Is it going to be another situation like we saw back on April 15th where they show you one, Scud missile in the middle of the Negev desert that didn't hit its target out of 300 fired? And we're supposed to believe that 299 of them were knocked out by a combined allied effort of the crooked Saudi Arabians, the Jordanians, who you can never trust, the Israeli Defense Forces, and the United States Naval Command. Can we really believe that? Of course not. Don't believe the hype. Please don't believe the hype. Let's go to Giuseppe, who's calling from Trenton. Your turn to be heard here at WABC, Giuseppe.
Curtis, first of all, few people step up and tell the truth the way you do. And listening to you tell me the story about what was going on with Crux, the sniper. All I could picture is the target being painted on your back. They hate truth tellers, and you're painting a target on your back. And I know you're a street smart man. I hope you're looking over your shoulder all the time.
Let me tell you, hold on, before you go on, Joe, let me tell you a story about looking over my back. I remember I led the Guardian Angels into Newark, Weequahic Park, not far from Van Vechten, which separated Hillside, where Phil Rizzuto lived with his wife, Elizabeth, and naturally Newark, Dayton housing projects. I remember it well. Then I remember going up to Bloomfield Avenue and visiting with the North Ward Civic Association led by the great two-ton Tony, wait now, Imperiale. See, I was going to say Seminario from Ridgewood, Queens, two-ton Tony Imperiale, who sat me down and he goes, kid, you're doing good there in New York, but now that you come to Newark, let me school you. Every time you go to the little boys' room and you got to use the urinal, have somebody in there with you watching your back because you can't look over your shoulder, when you got your pee-pee out there and you're irrigating the urinal. That was damn good information because where the hell was I? South Orange Avenue, and I had to use the facility, so one of the guardian angels came in. No, he wasn't gay. He wasn't observing. No, but he was on the lookout. And damn if a guy didn't come in the room talking all kinds of crap, and he had my back. But you know what happens, Tony? Sometimes you go into these public lavatories. Could be in Penn Station in Newark. It could be in Penn Station in New York City. And you go to use the urinal, and then it's queer eyes on the back of straight guys. And you're like, who the hell are you looking at? No, nothing. Nothing. Yeah, I'm a little paranoid of that. But, hey, Tony Imperiali, he gave me some damn good advice to watch my back. Of course I know I got a target on my back. I think I was born with a target on my back. Look, the Gambinos and the Gottis, they tried to get me. 5 hollow point bullets fired by Michael Leonardi, who did close to 20 years for that. He's out. I know I got a target on my back. But ain't nothing going to change if we're always constantly through fear, fright, hysteria, and hype. By the way, if you can get that Chuck Schumer cut, where he indicates how he's afraid and everybody in Washington is afraid of the national security agencies. What is the hidden government? A government that is not answerable to any government function. They basically decide to do what they want to do, when they want to do it, how they want to do it. And in many instances, they have an open checkbook to do it, especially the CIA, criminals in action, especially the CIA. So I know I got a target on my back. Let's go to Joe. Let's complete our conversation here. Wrong Joe. You see, you dumb Joe from Trenton. Oh, see that? Hey, Joe, Giuseppe in Trenton, apologies here. Tony was scratching his navel at the time. Let's go to Giuseppe there in Portchester. Your turn to be heard here at WABC, Giuseppe.
Hey, Curtis. Joe, I thought I'd tell you you're a great dot reader. That sniper that was killed, terminated by Art, the sniper that shot him in the head, that terminated the whole investigation. To find out anything, any type of conspiracy, he was terminated by this guy. I wonder who gave him the order to do this, to take the shot. They should have wounded the kid. This way, he'd still be alive and he'd be able to help the investigation much better.
Well, look, Joe, I know there is this theory out there that you can wound somebody and not kill them. Look, it took the headshot, which is what they're trained to do. But let's be very clear. We have heard from the Butler County Sheriff's Department. They claim that one of their cops was the first to fire, and I'm sure that can be proven. They did not hit him. They hit his AR-15 rifle that he was firing, and it knocked it out of his hand. Then, apparently, within 16 to 18 seconds, the Secret Service sniper fired and hit him in the head. Now, why did the Secret Service sniper take so much time? Apparently, they had to be given a clear signal. Somebody in command there with boots on the ground for the Secret Service had to say, go for it, fire.
They had to give him the green light, that's why.
Boy, they sure took their sweet time, right?
Sure.
And you're right. Now that he got shot in the head, they blew his head right off of his shoulders. There's nobody we can talk to.
That wasn't necessary to do that.
All right, look, I've taken a lot from the Secret Service. I'll give them the headshot. I don't think, this is like my husband-in-law, David Patterson. When he was state senator in Harlem, there was some kind of shooting involving, naturally, white and black, and David Patterson said, why couldn't he just wing him? Why couldn't he just shoot him in the arm, shoulder, instead of the head? Or the mass of the sort of middle of the body, where I got most of my 5 hollow point bullets that were fired at me, although that first shot was fired in my head. Now, do you think, Tony, that I used some deft martial arts move to avoid that first shot that went right through the back window? No, he just missed. And he had been warned. Little Nick Carrazzo, right? The head of the Gambino crime family in Canarsie, right down Avenue L. And Jojo Carrazzo, his brother, who was the consigliere. They warned him. They said, don't shoot Sliwa in the head first. Shoot him in the lower extremities, bleed him out, and then put the last bullet right between the eyes, you know. He didn't listen. He said, hey, who's your hitman, right? How many guys have I whacked for you? And this guy was known to use a machine gun. He was upset that he couldn't use a machine gun. Actually, that was their mistake. The guy normally would do his hits with a machine gun. He got stopped by the Suffolk County Police going out to the Hamptons. He was caught with a machine gun in the back of his trunk of his car. He should have been away forever for me. When's the last time you heard anybody get caught with a machine gun? There are serious complications to that. And I think he did a few months. Not quite sure, because whenever it comes to the guy who tried to kill me, Michael Iannati, all of a sudden the feds go hush, hush, mush, mush. Now, there's no conspiracy involving that. He had nothing to do with that. His orders were coming from Gambino crime headquarters. John Gotti Sr., who was at that time on his way to Marion, the Supermax facility in Illinois. John Gotti Jr., Frank Morano's friend, who was the acting underboss of the Gambino crime family with the absence of his father. And little Nick Carrazzo and Jojo Carrazzo, who I grew up with in Canarsie, who hated my guts. You know what hate is, Tony? I mean, these guys hated me, man. Somebody would say Sliwa, and they would say, oh, that mutt. Because part Polish, part Italian. You know, to them, you're always a mutt. Man, they would have invectives. Oh, that crazy guy, that crackpot, that screwball, he's ubats. We should have killed him years before. We had a chance. Hey, look, that's been my life. What can I say? Let me count the ways up next that the Iranians have tried to kill Donald Trump, and why we haven't warned them and said, we're going to come for you. If it were reverse, let's say it was President Donald Trump and they were making threats against Joe Biden, I would think Donald Trump would do exactly the same thing and said, man, you are going to pay the price for this one. Get ready. We're putting you on the Paradise Express and zooming you right on up to Allah's side.
It's Another Side of Midnight. 77 WABC.
Talk Radio 77 WABC. Got to pay back. Revenge. I'm mad. Got to get back. I need some get back. Pay back. Pay back. That is. Pay back. Revenge. I'm mad to get down with my girlfriend. That ain't right. Whoa! Smoking. Hollering cuss. You wanna fight? Payback is a thing you got to see. Hell, never do any damn thing.
Oh, man, you don't want to miss the next hour as I take you to the break of dawn. Payback is a you-know-what, Frank Morano. You Mamaluke. 3 strikes and you're out. Your support of Robert F. Kennedy Jr., who is up for sale. Hey, I'll work for you, Harris. What's the price? Oh, no. Okay, I'll go to Trump. What happened to his third-party effort? Crashed and burned, because he was never serious about that. He never was. Remember, originally he wanted to run against Joe Biden in a primary, and the Democrats forced him out. But still, he was never a third-party guy. He was no Nader. He was no Stein. He wasn't even a Cornel West. No, he was no Ross Perot. He was all about Kennedy. Whatever's best for Kennedy, that's the way it's always been for the Kennedys. So Frank Morano got suckered into that. I can't wait to hear him upon his return from his sitting shiva for the conversion of Robert F. Kennedy Jr. to the Team Trump. What the hell is he going to say about that, Tony, right? I mean, for months we had to hear him. He was giving us cauliflower ear, bending our ear. I'm out there collecting signatures. We need a viable three-party system. Well, obviously RFK Jr. didn't think so. Man, he sold out in a heartbeat. Actually said, I went to Team Harris last week. I said, what do you got? They said, we'll show you the door. We're giving you Ugats. So I went to Team Trump. Independent for sale. That's number one. Number two, what the hell is Frank doing out in Staten Island, Clove Road? What is anybody doing? 9 black thug kids beat up on a white guy, almost forced him into traffic, almost a reverse of Howard Beach, like what happened to Michael Griffin when he was killed. We'll make comparisons coming up next. Nothing. How did you hear that story? Who told you that story? Curtis Lever did. You didn't hear that from Noam Laden. You didn't hear that from James Flippin. You didn't hear that from any other hosts or hostesses. It's almost as if it didn't happen because they're too happy just doing Trump talk. Trump. I love Trump. Trump is the greatest. Oh, he's my best friend. Oh, Trump. Oh, my God. Look at him. Oh, he's God. He's the Mashiach. Knock it off, this idolatry around here. My God. You know, there are other stories going on out there, guys and gals. And it ain't all Trump. That's number 2. And then number 3, Tony, the way he disparaged that black bus driver fighting off that black thug on that Newark bus. I not only will play what Frank said about that to Noam Laden, our news director, but what a sanctimonious hypocrite, which suggests to me he's probably running for political office. He's perfect because you will listen to what he says, and then you will listen to what he has actually done. Do as I say, but not as I do. So typical of politicians in general, Republicans or Democrats. So you don't want to miss this next hour. Oh, my God. You're going to have so many belly laughs. In fact, you're going to be laughing so hard it's going to hurt. That's when you know it's a good laugh. But this whole thing involving Israel and Hezbollah, get it? It's round 2. And what I mean about that, choreographed by Cecil B. DeMille. The greatest battles, the greatest war that never occurred. It might even be comparable to De Niro and Dustin Hoffman in Wag the Dog. Woof, 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 woof. And oh, you don't want to miss it tonight. Coming back for the Rip and Read Extended, Nancy will be fired up because we will have been out to the new Animal Care and Control Center in Ridgewood, Queens. It cost $75 million to build of our tax dollars, and it is a complete disaster. A complete disaster. And we will report directly to all of you how this animal care and control needs to be taken over lock, stock, and barrel. And more importantly, there need to be no-kill shelters. No-kill shelters, because those are all kill shelters. After a certain period of time, if they don't adopt out the dogs, cats, or other animals, that's it. They're put on ice. They even have a death row. They listed a death row. Nancy's going to be going nuts in just a few hours. And you get it all here at WABC, where the acronym always stands for Always Broadcasting Curtis. Padre, Filio, Spiritu Santo. My beloved Cyclone roller coaster shut down in Coney Island during a mid-ride in Luna Park. It was going up the tracks. You know how it cranks, and then the chain just popped. Now, so many people were stuck up there, and they somehow were able to pluck them off. You know, at its best, it goes about 60 miles an hour. It's almost 100 years old. I mean, this happens with New Jersey Transit every day, right? This is the first time it ever happened to the Cyclone in close to 100 years, built in 1927. It's 2,650 feet. It's one of the few remaining wood track roller coasters in existence. And in 1996, when I finished third place, cheating my way to third place, in the hot dog eating contest at Nathan's Famous, after I proved that I could keep it down 10 minutes after the contest, you have to do that, I said to our newswoman at that time, Babita Hariani, let's go and ride the roller coaster. Because even though I didn't win, and even though I cheated my way into third place, I want to show that I'm a man's man. I can keep that stuff down the hatch. And oh, God, I was in nirvana. I was in heaven. Everybody thought I would upchuck. They didn't want to ride that roller coaster ride. It was just me and Bobita. She was actually interviewing me, and she was like, oh, my God, she was ready to jump out. But I held it down, and I did the interview, and that's all that counts.
Check this out. On the weekend, take a journey with the People's Mayor.
Curtis Lewa is a politician who says don't trust politicians.
It's Another Side of Midnight with Curtis Lewa.
The iconic, the legendary Curtis Lewa.
This city doesn't sleep, and neither does Curtis Lewa on Another Side of Midnight.
Oh, yeah.
Now, to the Bernard McGurk studios of 77 WABC. Here's Curtis Lewa.
Oh, the great sound of the Honeymooners. Who could ever forget when we were kids, sitting down with our parents, our aunts and uncles, cousins, watching the weekly episode, Ralph Cramden, Art Carney, their two wives, but more importantly about Ralph Cramden, Jackie Gleason being a bus driver. Guy living in a tenement apartment, a flat in Bensonhurst. And in real life, Jackie Gleason had grown up in Bed-Stuy, do or die, I'll punch you in the eye. Love that TV series. To this day, I could watch episode after episode on a repeat, and it would never, ever be boring. So many things in that sitcom you can't do any longer. My God, the threats against Alex, his wife. I mean, you could say, oh, that's a metaphor. It doesn't matter. They would never be permitted. Never be permitted. Just great. Great storylines. Very simple staging. Mostly the apartment, the tenement. Sometimes the bedroom. But never in bed. I mean, never. I mean, Dick Van Dyke and Mary Tyler Moore, what was that? New Rochelle, White Plains, you know, he was the sales exec coming in on Metro North. That was a time where they had separate beds. So that if you ever saw Mary Tyler Moore or Dick Van Dyke, they always had, like if they were in their PJs, 1 foot on the ground while they were sitting on their bed. Remember, separate beds. Totally different era. So that's my all-time favorite weekly, the Twilight Zone, of course, I've told you. Nancy, her rotation would be clearly The Honeymooners. She loves that the best, followed by, I think she likes Friends more than Seinfeld, and then she likes Seinfeld. So, but these classics, they never wear down. You can watch them over and over and over again, no matter how many times. They're so good. But there was a story that reminded me of Jackie Gleason, a.k.a. Ralph Cramden, in that era when a bus driver was the sheriff on his bus. There was no messing around. You had to deal with the bus driver. As that coin box was chanking, they'd have a big stick behind them. And if you started trouble on that bus, teenagers, you start bum rushing through, you're not going to pay your fare, you come in through the back door. That was typically it. They would stop the bus, pull out the stick from behind, which was almost attached to their chair, and they'd start stalking you as they started coming back, and you say, oh, my God, we got to make it out of here, and boom, right out that back door, right out that back door. When there was snow, that's right, before there was global warming and climate change, when we used to have snowstorms, and we'd throw those snowballs at those bus drivers as they were driving past. For me, it was on Remsen Avenue. Some of my cousins, they'd put a rock in the snowball, and the rock would crack the windshield. And, oh, my God, those bus drivers, they didn't forget. Man, they were bird dogging that, and they did not forget. And when they found you trying to enter their bus, they say, remember? I remember. You remember? What? You threw that snowball at me. No, I don't know what you're talking about. Get the hell off my bus. And if you gave them any kind of lip, the stick would come out. They controlled the bus. And then came about rules and regulations from bureaucrats who grow barnacles on their backsides, and the only risk they ever take is doing paperwork in which they get some paper cuts, and that's about it. And they issued rules and regulations, which is, don't worry about it. Don't worry. They're not paying their fit. Don't worry about it. They spit at you. Don't worry about it. We'll put a shield up between you and the passengers. Oh, they hit you in the head. Don't worry about it. Basically, act impotent. You don't do anything. Don't consider this bus yours. It's on loan to you so you can earn your salary. Other than that, call 911. What do you talk? 911. It'll take them a month of Sundays to get there. And this is what's happened. From a day, ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure you remember where the bus driver was in complete charge. He might not have been in charge of anything in his life. He might not have been in charge of a home. He might have been renting an apartment, living from paycheck to paycheck. But he was in charge of that bus. And most of them were proud of that bus. You did not mess around with those bus drivers on their buses. That was sacrilegious. And if you did, you paid a price. Because the bus drivers would share information, too. Once they get back to the bus depot, they'd share information. They had no pictures at that time. They had no video. They just resigned things to their memory. And it brings us to the story of the week, bar none. You know, everybody, oh, Trump. You know, Harris. All the trendoids, freakazoids, jet setters that were at the DNC convention in Chi-Town. What's happening? RFK Jr. selling himself to the Republicans, saying, oh, the Democrats, I went to them first. I tried to shake them down. They wouldn't be shook down, so I went to the Republicans, right? I mean, those are the main stories. But now let's talk about the nitty-gritty. Bus drivers, look at all the people who do fare evasion will not pay when they get on a bus. They just won't. And they basically go, nah, what are you going to do to me? What are you going to do to me? The DAs throughout the city, they don't do jack. You can stop somebody from fare evasion. They don't do jack. But that's all gonna come to an end. And I'm telling you, it's really Frank Morano who's been the motivation for that. I remember breaking that story here at WABC, how a Newark bus driver was on his route. It was towards the rush hour in the evening. Heavy route along Broad Street, not Market Street, but Broad Street. And as he had pointed out, there were a lot of people on that bus, a lot of people waiting to get on that bus. And I got to tell you, when you look at the video, because nowadays everything is in video, everything. If it's not on video, you get disappointed. Like, how could it not be on video? Everything is on video. So he gets spit on by a passenger, spit on. A loogie hits him right in the face. And the rules and regulation of New Jersey Transit in Newark, and obviously here the MTA, the money-taking agency, is basically do nothing. Wipe it off and do nothing. This guy was not going to wipe it off. There's no way. He was too proud, and he should be proud. And he stopped the bus, and he pulled over, making sure he was out of traffic. And then he started to stalk the guy. Oh, yeah. Vengeance would be his. And, boy, I watched that video about 50 times. It was better than sex. I must tell you that, Tony. For me, it was better than sex. This guy yoked him, man. The bus driver yoked this guy. He put him into a sleeper hold. He did a rock bottom Steve Austin on him. He held him down. I mean, he racked this guy's bones. It was so good. And some people would say, no, enough. No, he just kept doing it. This guy is going to know you don't go on a bus, a New Jersey Transit bus in Newark without getting confronted now. And he'll probably lose his job. He was given administrative leave of absence. That's what they always do, right? They'll probably put him in a rubber room with others who are pending charges. A lot of them are pedophiles, and they just sit in a rubber room all day. They read the paper, and they get paid for it. That's right. They get their normal salaries. That is insane. But that's probably what's going to happen. But I will tell you, I want people to come forward, people to respond, what it was like when you were a kid taking a bus or even a young adult or even what it's like, what it's like now. Our number is 1-800-848-9222. That's 1-800-848-WABC. So the bus driver gets arrested by the Newark police. The guy who spit at him in his face, he gets arrested. And I'm like, why are we arresting the bus driver? You weren't there in his time of need. It took you a month of Sundays to respond to the 911 call. And so I'm figuring the whole world is going to come and back the bus driver, right? And particularly any of you who've been on buses, you know what a difficult job that is. Just to give you an idea, Webster Avenue in the Bronx, nobody pays their fare. Nobody. Highland Boulevard, nobody pays their fare on a local bus. Nobody in Staten Island. It's at epidemic proportions. Whew. But Frank Morano, the Mameluke, oh, my God, he delivered. He delivered in trashing not the thugs, but rather our own talk radio host. It's Talk TV, talk radio host, of which there are some. Oh, my God, he decided to jump all over the guy who was defending himself as a bus driver. Could you believe that, Frank, the Mameluke Morano? In essence, without him saying directly it, seemed to be siding up with the thug.
The bus driver and the passenger were arrested. But when you talk to passengers now who are on this bus ride, they say, thank God this bus driver fought back. And they say he was right to fight back.
Well, I mean, I think on a moral level and maybe an ethical level he was, but
legally, you can't do that. I mean, it's terrible to be spit upon, but unfortunately, especially as a bus driver, you can't start raining blows upon this person past the point, well, really at all, but certainly past the point where he's already subdued. I would think that they're both going to probably face some charges here, but you can't do that. I understand it. I understand why he was kind of tested beyond his limits, and it's a shame that this spitter put him in this position, but you can't do that. It's a real shame. It's a big no-no.
A big no-no. You heard that, right, ladies and gentlemen? No room to move for the bus driver. A big no-no. I'm telling you, I believe Frank Morano is going to be running for some political office. I'll tell you why. Because he is the classic do as I say, but not as I do. He's going to dread that Nancy found this cut of him. Speaking about me, years ago, when I came back after losing the election to Eric Adams, swagger man with no plan, and then talking about how he had to straighten himself up when I started the Curtis Lewa Boot Camp for Talk Radio show hosts and hostesses, populated by Anthony Weiner, Dominic Carter, James Flippin, Nancy Sliwa, and yes, my remedial student who's fallen from grace, Frank the Mamaluke Morano.
I want to spit upon you. Puh! Puh!
What? Can I hear that again, Tony?
I want to spit upon you. Puh! Puh!
So he wanted to spit on me, but God forbid the bus driver actually defend himself from the spitter on the New Jersey Transit bus on Broad Street in Newark, downtown Newark. Oh, no, he can't do that. I want to hear that one more time from the Mamaluke Frank Morano.
I want to spit upon you. Puh! Puh!
See what I mean? Sanctimonious hypocrite. Cold busted, Frank. 1-800-848-9222. That's 1-800-848-WABC.
It's Another Side of Midnight, 77 WABC. This is Another Side of Midnight with Curtis Lewa. Now to the Bernard McGurk studios of 77 WABC. Here's Curtis Lewa.
Give me a hoe if you got your funky bus fare. There's a double Dutch bus coming down the street, moving dirty, that's so kind of shuffle your feet. Get on the bus, pay your fare, then tell the driver that you're going to a double Dutch affair.
Oh, they don't pay their fare no more. Poor bus drivers are told don't do nothing, don't look at them, don't say nothing. If they spit at you, just wipe it off and just drive your freaking bus. All these bureaucrats who grow barnacles on their backside, they got security guards protecting them, but not the bus drivers. And then you get these elected officials say, oh, it's 7 years if you assault a bus driver or motorman or conductor or maintenance worker for the MTA, money-taking agency of New Jersey Transit. That's speeches. It never happens. And then you got these guys like Frank Morano and the bus driver's time of need. It could have been Ralph Cramden, right? Gets into this tussle with a guy who spit in his face, and he just stopped his bus right there on Broad Street, downtown Newark. And boy, he gave him a Steve Austin rock bottom. He put him in a sleeper hole. He hit him so many times his mother felt the vibrations. But what's Frank Morano's NPR response to Noam Laden?
The bus driver and the passenger were arrested. But when you talk to passengers now who are on this bus ride, they say, thank God this bus driver fought back. And they say he was right to fight back.
Well, I mean, I think on a moral level and maybe an ethical level he was, but legally you can't do that. I mean, it's terrible to be spit upon, but unfortunately, especially as a bus driver, you can't start raining blows upon this person past the point, well, really at all, but certainly past the point where he's already subdued. I would think that they're both going to probably face some charges here, but you can't do that. I understand it. I understand why he was kind of tested beyond his limits, and it's a shame that this spitter put him in this position, but you can't do that. It's a real shame. It's a big no-no. I want to spit upon you.
Yeah.
Puh! Puh!
Can I hear that again? I want to spit upon you.
I want to spit upon you. Puh! Puh!
You're saying that to me. But God forbid, a bus driver. No. You know, again, this is so typical. Do as I say, not as I do. You know what these bus drivers have to put up with? The passengers have a license to F with them. And there are no consequences. None whatsoever. Let's go to Bob, who's calling from Coney Island. Your turn to be heard here at WABC. Bobby?
Good morning, Curtis. I used to work at the Cyclone. This happened before. This thing happened before. I was watching the news reports. They said there was a crack in the chain or the sprockets. Alongside of the lift hill, if you look at the pictures of it going up, there's a set of teeth called a ratchet. There are dogs on the trains that prevent the train from falling backwards. We used to have a spring inspection, but it wasn't from the building inspector. It was from the elevator inspector. He would come on. He didn't look at the train or the tracks or the chain or the motor or the brakes. And as you can imagine, the brakes are pretty important because in Allentown, two trains smacked into each other in the loading dock. I told you last time, one time a drunk fell out of the Cyclone. It's a kind of a funny story. He fell out from a top curve to the lower curve. The train comes around, knocks him to the street. He gets up, dusts himself off, and it was nothing.
What is he, Evel Knievel?
Well, back then the restraints were not like they are today. You know, last time we talked, you and I talked about the parachute jump, and we both said we'd love to see it restored to operational.
Oh, yeah.
You thought it was the insurance that was the problem, and I thought about it. It's the carousel that really has the higher premiums because adults particularly think they can jump on and off while it's moving, and what happens is if you don't know how to do it, you get flung off. It's very dangerous. The problem with the parachute jump, and I don't think they will I wish they would, but the capacity stinks. The Cyclone capacity per hour, they can ride 1,300 people per hour. And it might surprise people that even the new modern rides, they can't exceed that 1,300. But think of the parachute ride. You only have two people who can get on and off at any time. And, of course, there were about 8 stations. And they used to have these mechanics. Do you remember when the parachute ride would get stuck up there? People would be stuck up in the sky for hours. Do you remember any of that?
Well, I remember seeing black and white film of that, but not actually watching it myself, no.
Okay. You know the city owns the Cyclone, right? Do you know that?
That I know, yes.
Yeah, because the original plan was to tear it down so that the aquarium could expand into their parking lot and then make the Cyclone a parking lot. But the plans never materialized, so now the city leases it out. And the first lease was, this is a funny number. The first lease was for $35,000 for the whole season. And of course, Astroland picked up the lease. They had it for many years, and then they let the ride fall into disrepair. The people who lease it now are a famous ride manufacturer called Zamperla, and they have rides all through Coney Island. So if you had ridden, maybe I locked you in. I was a carpenter and a ride operator.
Oh, sure. Well, I remember talking to Dick Zigan, who was sort of like the mayor of Coney Island, and we were discussing in its heyday, there were 3 separate roller coasters. If I remember the Tornado, let's see, there was another one. But imagine
Thunderbolt.
Right, Thunderbolt. So imagine you have choices of 3, but apparently the Cyclone was always the number one choice of the roller coaster riders.
Actually, there were as many as 11 at one time, but that was before Dick's time. I know he's a historian. There's another historian in Coney Island. As a matter of fact, there was a famous crash on the Thunderbolt. It didn't make it up the hill. It slid back down, and the second train crashed into it. So what they had to do was they had to put a second chain on the Thunderbolt on one of the middle hills, and they put that ratchet and dogs that I just talked to you about, and that was a safety device so that the train couldn't roll backwards. I've got a mayor question for you, a serious question. May I ask you?
Sure.
Listen, God help us. We need you desperately. There's no question about it. But if you get in and you restore the police, and maybe you can restore the cuts and the respect that they deserve, what are you going to do about those 3 district attorneys that you're going to have to deal with? And it looks like if Alvin Bragg wants it again, he'll get in again. How are you going to handle them letting them go?
Well, we have, I noticed you mentioned 3. You left 1 out, who I know very well, the Queens District Attorney, Melinda Katz, the mother of my 2 youngest sons. And then there's the ambulance chaser out there in Staten Island, McMahon. But the 3 worst, without a doubt. Alvin Bragg in Manhattan, the female version of him, Darcel Clark in the Bronx, and then Eric Gonzalez. They are the 3 worst, without a doubt. They have to be named and shamed, Bob. You have to go to war with them. Every time they're releasing people or not requesting bail, you have to have a press conference and call them out. This mayor will not name and shame them. You never hear him name and shame his friend Alvin Bragg, who he's afraid might indict him. Because remember, pending still, he had arrested Eric Ulrich, his corrupt commissioner of the buildings department, and this guy, Eric Ulrich, he wouldn't know what to do with a bag of nails and a hammer. And so that's still pending. That has to go to trial. So he treats Alvin Bragg with kid gloves, never criticizes Darcel Clark, never criticizes Eric Gonzalez. And the other thing, Bob, there are judges that he's appointed. Criminal court, he never criticizes his own appointments who turn thugs loose. He has an aversion. So one thing I can guarantee you is the following. I will not only go to war against the district attorneys. There's no doubt. See, the mayor attracts all the attention. He could have a press conference, in a foxhole, and all the media will show up. He could easily attract, and they would love that because they love adversarial situations. They love it. The press loves it when you take on your own colleagues, and then it's a war of attrition. That would be perfect. You say, I'm taking on the 3 stooges. I'm taking on Alvin Bragg, Darcel Clark, and Eric Gonzalez because they are stooges for the criminals. They protect the criminals. They don't protect victims. And you cite all the cases, and instead of having behind you, like Eric Adams says, oh, crime is down, jobs are up, that's all nonsense. You talk about all the cases in which they've turned criminals loose, and you come after them. I mean, you hit them hard, and you campaign against them. You got to do that. Eric Adams will not do that. He will not name and shame. And the first thing you do, as I told Captain Mamet, you got to look at this week's Cop Talk. I'm on with Captain Mamet for a full hour. Kevin Schroeder was away in parts unknown, former detective. And I said, you can't do anything with the police department until you put the $1 billion back that was taken from the budget by Comrade Bill de Blasio, the part-time mayor, the dope from Park Slope, his fluffy little yarn ball police commissioner at that time, his puppet, Dermot Shea, who said, no problem, boss, I'll take $1 billion. And the city council that danced the Torah and the Tarantella when all of a sudden that was done. They actually had a party. Eric Adams never tried to put it back. That has to be exactly the first thing, ladies and gentlemen. $5 billion spent on illegal aliens. Are you crazy? You put $1 billion back into the police budget because without the police, nothing moves forward. Nothing. So we have never replaced the $1 billion that Comrade de Blasio took out of the budget with support of the city council and support of Dermot Shea. If you ever see Dermot Shea out there, what a disgraziato. What a shanda. He should have resigned at that moment. Should have said, no way. I'm not letting you impair the police department. I resign. Here's my badge. Stick it where the sun don't shine, de Blasio. People would have loved Dermot Shea, but he decided he wanted to stay police commissioner. So, please, Bill, what do you want me to say? Yes, boss. Yes, boss. That's right. I believe in taking $1 billion out of the budget and spending for youth programs. What youth programs? Lies. They all lie. The question is, when you catch them in the lie, what are the consequences for these elected officials? Nothing, because they say, what are the people going to do to us? The schmucks, the putzes, they're just going to keep reelecting us. And unfortunately, in the case of New York City, if you happen to be a Democrat, you're in like Flynn.
It's Another Side of Midnight. 77 WABC.
Talk Radio 77 WABC. Get on your feet. Get up and make it happen.
Because of the fear in the 5 boroughs of the city of New York, it has led to the continued flight out to Virginia, North Carolina, South Carolina, Georgia, Florida, Texas, Tennessee, and parts unknown. And here's another case of somebody who wanted to stay, improve, not move, and it's been forced out. Let's go to Staten Island. It's a guy, 62 years old, happens to be a white guy who grew up there. Every day he goes out for his Constitution, his walk. And he walks along Cove Road. That's a busy area. Busy. Lot of car traffic. And this is back on July 17th. 7 p.m. at night, it's light out. And a gang of black teenage thugs were on the bus, and they get off there. By the way, I guarantee you they didn't pay their fare. And they start walking up and down the blocks hunting for white people. That's what it is. Look, I've seen it in reverse. I've seen when white guys are out there hunting for black people. That's what happened when I grew up in Canarsie. You'd see that all the time. But you can tell when they're on point. You can tell when it's Clockwork Orange time. You can tell when the wolf pack is out and they want to give beatdowns. It ain't about stealing or robbing. No. It's about humiliation. It's about hurting people. And knowing you can get away with it, cackling and laughing like hyenas because there are no consequences, particularly if you're a teenager, man. Ain't nothing going to happen to you. So they're stalking him. And you're going to hear his own language in describing what had happened. It was so bad he ran out into the street. Now remember, it's crowded right there by Clove Road and Howard Avenue. And it could have turned into another Michael Griffin case. When I say Michael Griffin, that was back in 1986, in which he was forced to run out into traffic, into the Belt Parkway on Howard Beach, after being attacked by John Lester, Scott Kern, and Jason Ledone. We'll get to that momentarily. This guy is now moving. He said, I got to get out of here. I got to get out of here. That was on July 17th. That's a month ago plus. We're just now learning about this. We watched the video. Can you imagine if this were reversed, if this were 9 white teenage thugs chasing a black guy into the traffic and then giving him a beatdown? Would have been a lead story on every newscast. It would have been going on for days, weeks. It would have been out Slim Shady Sharpton, no justice, no peace. And Eric Adams, swagger man with no plan, would have gone out right there on the corner of the intersection of Clove Road and Howard Avenue, and would have said, "There's no place for hate in New York City." But they sat on this tape for a month, and they can't tell me they didn't. One Police Plaza. They sat on, they had this. Because everything is on film now, everything. I mean, they got cameras on every telephone pole. They got cameras on private property. They wanted to sequester this tape. They didn't want people to see this. I have a feeling the only reason they released it is because somebody was going to release their own version of the tape, and they figured, let's do it preemptively a month later and show that we're on top of the situation. No, you can't fool me. One Police Plaza. You can't fool me, City Hall. You didn't want this guy to emerge. You didn't want him telling his story. You didn't want him showing his wounds right away. You didn't want him saying, as he's saying now, I'm out of here. I got to leave. I got to get out of here. Here's the Staten Island guy talking about how, on his daily Constitution, he walked right into an ambush.
They actually harassed two people before me, before I got there. So I basically walked into an ambush.
So you got these 9 black teenage thugs hunting up and down. They harassed 2 other white people in that area. I got to believe there were 911 calls. I know the folks in Staten Island. Nobody's responded to that. They were harassing 2 other white people along the way. They're hunting. It's a wolf pack now. And this guy knew when they were chasing him, that right now they're walking fast. He knows they're looking for trouble.
He raised his fists and said, "Pick one." And I said, "Not interested." I thought it was just a kid joking around. I don't know, maybe that set them off or something. I don't know. But they were looking for trouble.
This guy's not street smart. He doesn't understand. Guy stops you, says, "Pick one." You better hit him before he hits you. That's really what he's saying. Which fist do you want me to beat you down with? Now, it's understood. There's 9 guys there. I understand this guy is probably not Joe Karate. It's probably not Tommy Patera or Superfoot Bill Wallace. I get it. So he decides, man, it got me boxed in on the sidewalk. I got to walk out into the traffic. Clove Road, man, there's always traffic on Clove Road. He could have been hit.
They didn't try to rob me. They didn't make any remarks. After I fell, they were laughing. And then when people came running up to me, and I guess they saw that I was going to get help, they ran away.
Of course, they ran away. And they probably jumped back on the MTA bus, didn't pay their fare, and then did the bird. This is back on July 17th. We're just learning this in this past week. The NYPD released this, I think, on August 22nd or 21st. More than a month later. If this were reversed, man, it would have been out that day. Oh, man, Al Slim Shady Sharpton would have been out there. No justice, no peace. They would have, every Saturday he'd have been on Clove Road. They would have had to block it down. I don't hear everybody complaining about it. I don't hear elected officials complaining about it. It's almost like, let's hope this goes away. Well, guess who is going away?
I want to leave here. I don't want to live here anymore.
You hear that? I want to leave here. I don't want to live here anymore. I hear that in this city all the time. In all 5 boroughs, wherever I go. I want you to listen to this because this is like a haunting nightmare to me. Whenever I close my eyes, and it's just for a few hours a day, inevitably, people I've talked to that day say exactly this.
I want to leave here. I don't want to live here anymore. I want to leave here. I don't want to live here anymore. I want to leave here. I don't want to live here anymore. I want to leave here. I don't want to live here anymore.
Think of that. Did the mayor go to the guy's house? Did he say, hey, I look, I know you probably got your mind made up. I hope you can get a good price on your house. And, you know, Godspeed, it's horrible what you went. Did he go to Tony? Did he go to the house? No. It's probably not a club nearby or a flag to raise down in Bowling Green. This guy was raising the flag of Indonesia the other day down in Bowling Green. What the hell is this crap? How much money does he get for this? I mean, every day he's raising a flag of some foreign country that he can't even find on a map. And nobody asks questions. I know what this is, man. He's getting greased. They give you envelopes. In these countries, it's called a gratuity. Thank you for raising our flag, because now we're going to publish a picture of you wrapped in our flag, raising our flag to show that New York City loves Indonesians. And then, no doubt, he said, New York City is the Jakarta of America. What the hell does that mean? It's for the Scarol, the Moolah Shmoolah. I know what this is. This guy doesn't do anything without money. Did he travel to Staten Island? Did he try to find this guy? Of course not. Of course he didn't. Because then it would bring to everyone's attention, well, what are you doing about this? And it competes with the narrative, the false narrative he tries to create, which is, hey, crime is down. Crime is down. Jobs are up. It's great. You know, we're not surviving. We're thriving. Moving. Every day I see the for sale signs. And remember, mortgage rates now, they were, 6 3/4, 6.5. Not easy to sell your house. I've heard people say, I'll take a loss. If somebody shows up with cash, I'll take a loss. I'm getting the hell out of here now. And I say, improve, don't move. You got to fight for what you know is right. But this increasingly is happening everywhere. More crime on the subway, 149th and 3rd Avenue, the hub. That is a disaster area with homeless, emotionally disturbed persons. Every day, people getting assaulted, merchants having to guard what little retail they have left on the shelves. It hasn't already been stolen and boosted by shoplifters and dope fiends. And they're like they got 1 foot out the door. Nobody cares. Oh, subway crime is down. Well, what the heck? When's the last time you rode the subway? It is not down. A lot of it just isn't reported, and a lot of it, the cops, they make it disappear. This is the classic thing, and that's why you got to listen to me on Cop Talk with Captain Ed Mamet, because I explain all of this in great detail. Just go to WABCRadio.com. That's WABCRadio.com, where you can download all the podcasts. But I go into great detail. Cop arrives at a situation. There's a victim and there is a perp. And he looks at the perp and he goes, okay, you stand over there on the wall. And then he goes to the victim, and the victim gives him the sad tale. And he goes, well, this guy is saying he wants to press charges against you. You know, I'll have to arrest you and I'll have to arrest this guy. So what do you think the victim says? He didn't want to get arrested. They've never been through the system. They don't know what to expect. So what they do is they just wipe the blood off of their eyebrow. They suck it up. They say, thank God I'm alive, and they leave. And this way the cop doesn't have to go back to the precinct. There are 77 precincts, and say to the deputy inspector or the captain or the sergeant on duty, hey, we got to put this crime on the books. Hey, man, we got to be looking good every month. We got to be showing that crime is down. Crime is out of control. Let's go to Bill, who's calling from Midtown. Your turn to be heard here at WABC, Bill.
Hey, Curtis. All right. Eric Adams, when Trump said in 2019 that blacks will be hurt the most by Biden ending the border policy on day one, he was called a racist, and Latino groups wanted an apology. You remember that. Trump said it. And before the last election, Trump said it will hurt black men the most.
Yep.
If you open that border.
I remember.
Now, 90% of them voted for Biden anyway, and he did it on day one. Now, this time with Harris, it's going to get much worse because they're going to be emboldened when the border, it's gonna be like the starting gun going off. As soon as she gets elected, you and I would also come. If we had a chance to come here, we would come. Let's be honest. So we're gonna have millions more coming. And here's my question: are black people gonna vote for her anyway? Just because, like black women, you see on YouTube now, all these black people on YouTube saying that they're hurt by the border. And there's one you should listen to. Migrant calls black sister lazy. Just Google that. They go to a Chicago City Hall meeting, and the black women are trying to say something about what's going on. And this migrant jumps up and he starts screaming at the black women, calling them lazy. You lazy, you lazy. We work, you lazy. And you should play that on the air, because my question is, even with all the black people now on YouTube saying that it's hurting them, exactly what Trump said came true, are they still going to vote 90% for Harris?
Well, I'll explain the analytics. Black women overwhelmingly will vote for Kamala Harris, overwhelmingly. They're worried about black men not voting for Kamala Harris. That's why, if you notice, black leaders will say, well, we're working on a black male vote for Kamala Harris, because that vote may be split between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris, and that's a victory for Trump right there. They're worried about that. And there were two groups that are completely pissed about the invasion of the illegals. African Americans, number one, because with victory came expectations for Eric Adams. He won the mayoralty because of the African American vote. This is historically true. To the victor go the spoils. If you helped somebody get into office, you should be first on line to benefit. African Americans had that expectation until Eric Adams, swagger man with no plan, told them to go to the back of the bus because he had to take care of these migrants. And boy, did he, with our tax dollars. iPhones, smartphones, culturally appropriate food, 3 squares a day. Midtown hotel, motels, Holiday Inn Express, all throughout the 5 boroughs. Whatever you want, you get free everything. It's caused us to get on to the brink of possibly going insolvent. $5 billion in this year, 2024, $10 billion next year. Where are you going to get the money, Eric? Oh, that's right, from us, the city, the sucker taxpayers. And then you tell us, mind your own business. I know how to run this city. I'm running it right into the ground, but don't you say a damn thing. Pay your taxes and MYOB. Padre, Filio, Spiritus Sancto. Let's go to Suzanne in Westchester. Your turn to be heard here at WABC, Suzanne.
Good morning. Good morning.
Yes,
I love your show. I love you. You're very informative. I was born and raised in the Bronx. I never drove a car. I've been riding the bus system and train for 50-plus years. I have all respect for all of those drivers, all the bus drivers, all the transit drivers, all of them. And what they did to that bus driver is disgusting. And they probably did other things, too, to the bus drivers. What are we going to do?
Well, I tell you what, Suzanne.
What can we do?
We got to let bus drivers be the sheriff on their own bus. We basically pay them to shut up, drive the bus. We hermetically seal them in with plastic now. You assault them, you spit on them. You might as well urinate on them. Nothing happens to these people. Nothing. You see, I trust people. I would give the bus drivers full leeway, knowing some of the bus drivers would go over the top. They'd make mistakes. Absolutely. Hey, not a problem. We got to deal with that probably in civil court. May have to lose his job over that, but still, I'd side with the bus drivers. I would trust the bus drivers. What do you think? I trust the thugs like these elected officials do and these DAs? Oh, the poor thug, wayward youth. His mother probably dropped him on his head when he was birthed. By the way, you're not going to want to miss it. Talking about somebody who's going to be so mad. My wife, Nancy. Today we're going over to the new Animal Care and Control Unit. Opened up $75 million in Ridgewood, Queens already. I mean, so many problems in their care for these animals. And remember, Animal Care and Control in New York City, When all other measures fail with adoption, they execute your pets. So if you surrender your dog or your cat or other animal to animal care and control, if they can't find a place to adopt, that's it. They euthanize. They kill that animal. Don't do it. Don't do it. And boy, she's going to be fired up. And then we're going to stop at Elizabeth Street, and we're going to join in solidarity, believe it or not, with De Niro, Scorsese, and Patty Smythe, who are standing up to this mayor who wants to build on every square inch in New York City to take care of all these developers who have wine-dined and pocket-lined them. And they want to build on Elizabeth Street, that park that's been there for years. It's such a beautiful park where Little Italy meets Greenwich Village. Boy, we'll be an odd couple, me and Nancy. We'll be supporting De Niro, Scorsese, Patty Smythe, and others to save that park. The mayor says in 3 weeks he's tearing that park up and beginning to build affordable housing for seniors. They never build affordable housing. They always say they will, and then you look at the rents and say, that's affordable housing. Oofa!